We're live?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for January 10th, 2022.
The new year.
The new year.
Good wishes for the new year to everyone who's listening. I would like us to start off though with a tribute to, I think it might have been our longest appearing applicant representative, Mr. Alphonse Duarte, who we were advised passed away last week. And so I just wanted to say, I didn't know him that well, but I did see him present, and he was truly one of the most elegant and well-spoken presenters that we have. Always very, very respectful and careful, and he was practicing until really the very, very last, and to a very, let's say, advanced age. So it's quite impressive that you can practice land use law until you're somewhere in his 90s or something. And so, and I think we always enjoyed very much when he came to appear before us. So he will be missed, and we appreciated very much his presence before the Board of Standards and Appeals. So please, Tony, if you want to say something.
No, I always respectful, such a lovely man. I met his wife and family once, but he always, when he came to the board, always respectful, very professional, but also always had a word of, how's your family? How's everything else? Discussion. Really didn't argue with the board. I mean, obviously, true professional, and he will be missed. He was such a gentleman.
Yeah, I want to add to, he was one of the first applicants I ever met when I started in the board 20 years ago. And, I just had the pleasure of getting to know him and working with him on projects. And I think define the word gentleman and just really a classy, elegant person, and just very positive. I don't think I ever saw him frustrated or upset. I mean, you just always left him with a smile. And my condolences to his family and his loved ones. I also had the pleasure of meeting his late wife years ago, and just really just beautiful people. So it's really the news, kind of hit me, took me by surprise. I know he hadn't been well, but I think up until just a few months ago, he presented before the board. And, he was old school. He would run to the BSA, and then he'd say, I got to go to DOB. And, and I'm sure whoever got to experience working with him feels the same as me and Tony, who've known him for many years. But truly, I think by definition, gentleman, class act.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown, you also probably knew him longest.
Yes, and he truly was an old school gentleman in every definition of that word. Totally, right down to he would tip his hat if he had a hat on when he saw you. Just a wonderful, warm way about him. When I would meet him in the hallway, he would be totally polite and respectful and genuine. And when he spoke to you, you didn't think that he was putting on airs or, trying to cover up the fact that he just didn't care and was just going through the motions. You just felt like you were seeing an actual warm human being who really cared about people and cared about the interaction with people. And he definitely will be missed. Absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I think, what I'd like to suggest is, I think it's his son who let us know. Is that right? Maybe.
No, it was Louise's assistant.
So maybe one of our council can do a clip of this video and send it to him, just that section. because it won't be that heavy of a video, and then send it to Louise so she can forward it to family members. I think they might like to hear how much we appreciated Mr. Duarte. Okay, so let's proceed.
Okay, it's the Board of Standards and Neal's public review session for January 10th, 2022. This is the review session. No public testimony is permitted during the review session. The first items are adjournments. Item number 1, 2020-67A, 1 Ballard Avenue, Staten Island. Item number 2, 2019-32BZ, 801 Co-op City Boulevard, Brooklyn. Say that right? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, the Bronx, Co-op City
Oh.
Boulevard, the Bronx, sorry.
Yeah, good point.
Item number 3, 2019-179BZ, 118 West 28th Street, Manhattan. And item number 4, 4911BZ, 135 West 28th Street, Manhattan.
With that one, I just want to make a comment because that's a PCE application. So that one is adjourned because as of mid-September, physical cultural establishments are as of right in particular in this zoning district. And it was a change to a text amendment to the zoning resolution that was approved by the city council. I don't know yet whether it was signed off by the mayor, but what it does is we no longer therefore have the authority to grant 7336 special permits. So in this case, the applicant has the option to withdraw the application or to wait until the public challenge period is ended, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 4 months from the final sign-off date. So I'm not really sure when the clock starts there. If we could find out when the clock starts, that would be helpful to the applicants. I'm not aware of any challenges being made, but you never know. They have 4 months. So, okay, thank you with that.
Okay, a withdrawal. Item number 5, 2018-13BZ, 3032 Village Road North, Brooklyn.
Okay, so I'd like to make so they're requesting the withdrawal. They sent in a letter on December 22nd. I'd like to make a motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This application is withdrawn. Item number 6, postponements. 2021-16BZ, 302 West 128th Street, Manhattan. Decision items. Item number 7, 33279BZ, 4320 Little Neck Parkway, Queens.
Oops, sorry. The photos show the site is in really good shape with new fencing. Oh, is this the one that they asked to?
Yeah.
Tuesday? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
They
because they're doing
actually-
the lumen study.
Right, right. So I'll just read my notes, but it's really about the lumen diagram. So if they would improve that, it would be great. So just to clarify for me, and Commissioner Sheta, I think also had questions about the lumen diagram. The way that they did it, and I just want to start off by saying how much I appreciate how much the owner has been responsive to maintaining and improving the site. It looks really good. And she offered to go out and actually handle the lumen diagram, which is, really great for an owner to be willing to go out with a meter and so on. The problem is, as Commissioner Sheta is now sharing the screen, for me anyway, there are these boxes in the middle of the drive lane that show lights on, lights off. The lights on is the red and lights off is the blue. But we were only interested in the residential lot line. That's where we wanted to see that the lighting levels are low. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And so that's where the measurement should have been taken, and it should be made clear by a little X or something like that, where the measurements were actually taken. Because the way this looks, I don't know whether those boxes in the middle were actually taken at the property line. I don't know how far into the adjoining properties those other boxes are, because they make it look like they're like 30 feet inside the adjoining property. So they need to, that's an example of you have everything ready. That's an example of a very professionally prepared lumen spread diagram. We just wanted some spot checks right on the property line. So where those X's are. Can you go back to that other one? Yeah, you see where the X's are that indicate the fence? We just really wanted where the X's are, some spot checks. And then, yeah, so Commissioner Sheta, if you had other comments about that.
Yeah, it's only about this. What is like making me not accepting this lumen spread diagram is not just, I don't care about these readings here. It's good actually to, if they have some pools here and they give us some readings, it gives some impression about how strong is that light pool. But here along the property line, the residential ones, it should be some intermediate readings between, I assume that these two readings are at that corner and these two readings are here. And they give color coded, red I believe is on, the blue is off. That's fine, they could do that. And if they add the adjusted, like the difference between the on and off, that would be great. But we need some intermediate readings in between. The other thing is I'm concerned about is
Wait, no, slow down, because this isn't being done by professional,
Yes, I understand.
So I would say there should be some spots along the property line that are taken, like maybe 4 or 5 spots along that property line, but it needs to be clear where they're taken. So right now, I can't tell whether those 2 boxes, the 10 and the 0.1 and the 0, whether that's taken way inside the neighbor's property line or right at the corner. They have to show where were you standing when you took the reading and mark that on the drawing, because this is giving the impression that all the way inside the neighbor's property, it's 0.1. And we're not measuring that. We're just measuring really at the property line. And I'm hoping that by the time it hits the property line, it's 0. And I noticed these are very tall poles. They're 20 feet tall, and some of them have shields and some don't. So you could adjust it by adding a shield. I don't want to delay the decision on this. I would want to just add a condition that for the ones that are coming out greater than 0 on the property line, they increase the shielding, because I don't know which one of these lights that are on the drawings have the shielding and which ones don't. Okay, so when you talk and when you say what'd you say, intermediate reading, something like that?
Intermediate readings. I mean, if you look at this dimension here, this is about 150 foot this side. So if they have to, like I said, I presume this reading here is for that corner and this reading for that one. If this is correct, you need 2 X's here to indicate the location. And then divide that 150, let's say, into 25s. It's gonna be 6 spaces. At the end of each space or division, just put an X, take a reading, provide 2 boxes like these with the readings. I need an assurance from them that the reading unit is lux. That's what they are saying on the plan. I cannot imagine that these are lux for the case of lights on. Lux, by the way, is 10 lumens, 10 foot candles.
Oh.
So if you switch these readings to foot candles or lumens, it's gonna be 0.009 and 0.01. I cannot believe that. If you look here, apparently they are right underneath one of the booths. So if you look at this reading here, .07 means it's .007. It's almost dark for lights on. I cannot believe that. And this is like more concerning to me than the missing readings here, or maybe equal. So you need to fix that diagram and resubmit it. And I'm okay with not delaying the case. I believe we looked at it long enough, but they need to submit that to make sure that lumens are not spreading to neighbors. And if they measure and they found they are, they will need to fix them, because we're gonna go there, and probably I'm gonna give them like a month or two, and then I'll go there to take readings myself with my phone.
Okay. So, maybe a call in to staff to get more clarity if that's needed before going out and taking the measurements would be a good idea, in case they need more clarity, or a sample of another reading like you showed. What case was that from, the one you showed?
I can email that diagram to the project manager.
Okay, that's good.
Daryl.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to defer this till tomorrow, and we can even defer it till the end of the day if they need more time. Okay.
Yeah, the applicant is supposed to be listening. Mr. Dale is on
Right.
listening. Okay.
And if he isn't, then just tell him to ask him to please listen to the recording on this. Okay. Good. Okay.
Okay, next item is item number 8, 9914 BZ, 432, 434 West 31st Street, Manhattan.
Okay. The only open issue that we were waiting for was proof of payment of the ECB violation, which actually was submitted on the same day as the hearing. So we're good with this. And so I would like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 9, 2781 Quill Street, Brooklyn, 2019-67 BZ, sorry.
Yeah.
One of those days.
All right. So with this one, it was really just how the as of right was being depicted. I had asked for corrections to that, and they made some minor corrections on the proposed. So the drawings are okay now, and I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 10, 2017-16A through 2017-19A, 155862 Clintonville Street, Clintonville Court, Queens. And item number 11, 2018-105A, 15087 Clintonville Court, Queens. Maybe I should separate that because they want to withdraw that one.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so right, okay. So the first part of it is, this is sort of a hallelujah moment after 2 years of hearings and struggling with DOT approval to do what I believe is a really good design with the cooperation of DOT. There was a cover letter that explained the status of the application, since the application's been deferred many times. In fact, we closed this in December of last year. So they're no longer seeking GCL 36 waivers. This is just for permission to build in the bed of the MAP street. And we just learned this morning that the only option that is to be considered now is option 1, which they've really pursued very far down the various other kinds of approval processes. They pursued the tax map apportionments. There are filings at DOB, I believe also at Department of Finance, and Fire Department just submitted a letter this morning signing off on option 1, which provides access from, I think it's 150th place. And so, and I don't think, so fire department's letter of no objection was conditional that there be no parking signs provided in the front of the two houses at lots 23 and 24, because that requires this sort of turnaround loop. And so the idea is not to obstruct the turnaround. And so, yeah, I'm reading because I had more notes until we learned about option 1. Okay, so there are no conditions because option 1 doesn't require any kind of sort of property easement like option 2 does. And so I don't see any conditions other than fire department's requirement for the 2 parking spaces. So I want to really thank the applicant so much because, and we also don't any longer need restrictive declarations or covenants, which all had to do with the GCL 36 request and might have applied to the option 2, which is similar to sort of the layout of a GCL 36, but it's not any longer being pursued. So I want to really thank the applicant for their really tireless pursuit of this option 1 approval, and understood that there were many delays caused by, well, for one, COVID and the difficulty of getting appointments with agencies, but also I think the complexity of the request. So I really do appreciate their hard work, and I'd like to make a motion to grant on the fire department's condition of no parking sign.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, item number 10 is granted. Item number 11. Oops, sorry, mixed up the papers. Item number 11 is 2018-105A, 15087 Clintonville Court. This application is being requested to be withdrawn.
Okay, so this is being withdrawn because it doesn't require, it's not sitting in the bed of a map street, so it doesn't need a GCL 35 waiver. Is that correct, Tony?
Yeah, they no longer need for this lot 22.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda. Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta. Sheta,
Oh,
I
can
can't
you
hear you.
turn up your mic or something?
No, you, well,
Yeah, we
can't
can't
hear you.
hear you.
now you're muted.
He's playing with his mic. Maybe on your computer, your mic's down?
He could type in his response and we could read it out until he figures it out.
Oh, well,
Hold on one second.
we can also say, raise your right hand if you approve. So noted. I'm just checking. Yeah, that's what it is. So lot 22 is not in. I vote yes. Without a
Okay.
T. He votes yes without a T. Okay. That was Commissioner.
Duly
Shea
noted,
votes
Commissioner
yes.
Sheta has voted via email, via text.
By a text, no, actually displayed on our video screen.
Sorry, but displayed on the
I
video.
tried to
screen.
fix it.
Yeah,
Can you
there
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Now we hear
Yes,
you.
you can.
Okay,
There we
I
go.
vote aye.
Thank
Yay.
you, Commissioner.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Shabeta,
Aye.
thank you. Item number 12, 2020-77BZ, 68 Austin Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. Sorry. Oops, what happened? Okay, so there were no required submissions on this application. We advised the applicant that no findings for variance could be made based on the facts presented. So this was a one hearing where we determined there were no findings to makeable. So I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
No.
Vice Chair Chanda,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No.
Commissioner Shetta,
No.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No.
Application has been denied. Item number 15, 2020, item number 13, sorry, 2020-81BZ, 220 East 2nd Street, Brooklyn.
2020-81, right. Again, there were no submissions required on this, similar to the last one. We advise the applicants that no findings could be made for a variance based on the facts presented. So I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
No.
Vice Chair Chanda,
No.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
No.
Commissioner Sheffer,
No.
Commissioner Shabeta.
No.
This application is denied. SOC calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 14, 80361BZ, 1416 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay, they gave us site photos, which show that the site looks really good. The only thing that there was a site plan that was revised, but it doesn't consistently show the ground cover area that's behind the building that's indicated on the landscaping plan as English ivy. That area should have the same little crosses on any plan that also shows shrubs. So that would be Z01 and Z02 also. So if you could just correct that and add those little crosses that indicate sort of a ground cover on that area. I'd like to know what the lead time is on the steel doors. It's not clear whether that proposal they gave us was ever accepted because they didn't give us a signed proposal. The very elaborate lighting study, is this the lighting study you were referring to, Commissioner?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it's a really elaborate lighting study. Showed that existing lighting conditions are much too bright for the adjacent properties. And the study showed, in order to address that many lights had to be disconnected. So if that's to be the permanent solution, which doesn't really seem like it's lighting, it might not be adequately lighting the site for its own purposes, to just disconnect all of those lights. But if that's to be the permanent solution, then the fixtures need to be removed. And where there's lighting in the canopy, there would need to be a blanking plate installed. And the pole lights would have to be removed along with the poles. So that's a lot of corrective work. And perhaps the problem is that the fixtures themselves are just too bright, or the lamps are too bright or something. So they're not ready with the corrections on this. So anyway, those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda?
I have no additional comments. I was satisfied.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta?
My only comments is to that lighting diagram. When I tried to like get to the adjusted, I don't see that when you subtract the lights on minus the lights off, it takes you to the adjusted. So I'm not sure if there are some like mathematical errors on the adjusted one. But apart from that, some of the drawings are missing readings. Like if you look at BSA 200, you can see just readings on the inner row of the grid, but nothing like beyond that. If you look at 201, BSA 201, same thing. And then 202, you see readings just like at the fence. And like I said, if you go to the adjusted plan and pick one of the points and then go back to the lights on and lights off and subtract them from each other, that subtraction should give the adjusted value. But I did try this on like 2 points, and if I did it right, it wasn't taking me to the number that's shown on the plans. So I need them to check that.
Okay. But it seems like they actually physically disconnected those lights that they say are disconnected, and then went out and did readings again based on disconnection. So maybe that's how they were dealing with the adjustment. I don't know.
Maybe that's why.
Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Commissioner Shabeta.
I have nothing further to add on this.
Okay.
Item number 15, 22188BZ, 102-01, 66th Road, Queens.
Okay. The applicant requests that this garage site be referred to as 102-14 66th Avenue, Queens, for ease of future applications. So our project manager and council should modify this info in our database, which might mean that we need an application cover form updated to reflect this. So that's kind of a project manager technical thing. I just want to verify that 66th Avenue is correct. So Avenue, because it was 66th Road in the initial submission. I do see that the garage probably more reasonably fronts the avenue than the road, but I just want to check. The 1989 and 1994 certificate of occupancy for the garage is actually on Biz at the 66th Avenue address. But confusingly, the 2009 TCO for the garage is at the 66th Road address. So it's kind of a mess, and maybe that's why the expediter decided that they need to clarify the location here. I think they need to be very careful to be sure they're right about the request. I note, though, that on the resolution, the prior resolution from 2009 refers to several addresses, and maybe that's a better way to do it. It refers to premises affected 102-01 66th Road, 102-14 66th Avenue, 66-06 103rd Street, and then the block and lot number. Maybe that's the simplest thing to do. So applicants should clarify for us. I think that's probably the simplest. They should submit a filed PW1 form showing that the certificate of occupancy application process has begun, because there's no sign of any process beginning. More information was provided on the plan than on the that's more reflective of the previous approvals. Aerial photos of continuous use since 2016 were also provided. The 1993 approved plans have a chart that shows only 36 cars to be parked on the roof, while the 2004 rooftop plans don't show any limitations one way or the other. The proposed plan shows 36 parking spaces. However, when I look at the aerial photos provided by the applicant, there's actually 60 or more cars parked on the roof. It's obviously because it's valet parking, and you can really double stack. You can double, what do you call it? Park them in double rows and behind and so on. I don't want to say stacked because there's no stackers. So it's allowing for 60 cars at least to fit on there. So if 60 is the reality, why are we repeating the word 36? So I'd like the applicant to discuss that, and whether it's, I didn't see any reason for limiting the number of cars way back when. It wasn't discussed in any of the resolutions. So I'd like to discuss that issue. And a photo showing the, there was a sign on the sidewall that was not permitted, exceeded the allowable, that was removed. The lumen spread diagram shows no spillage over the property line, and all immediate adjacencies are non-residential. There is an apartment building across the street, but as rooftop parking hours will be limited from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., we can also condition that lights be turned off at 10 p.m. so that we don't have lights shining into people's apartments all night. And they should add that note to the plans, and we can make that a condition. And also, just as a reminder, they're requesting removal of the term, which we should just consider. So Vice Chair Shanda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you. I think given the location and difficulty in finding parking, and that this has been the status quo in terms of the number of vehicles that are parked on the roof, that is more than 36 spaces, I would be open to the idea of allowing it to the number, not have a limit, and let it be what it can maximum hold, possibly hold. And also agree that the lighting should be turned off after 10 p.m. when the rooftop rooftop space is not being used.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you as to the limits. I just have one remaining question, which the roof says it still says attended parking, but isn't the roof supposed to be self-parking?
I don't know.
Because the paperwork says it's self-parking for employees like doctors. So I'm a little confused. I believe the plans still say attended parking.
Okay. Maybe it's for employees, doctors, but it's attended. Like when you look at those aerial photos, I don't see how it could not be attended parking. Carlo, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think just to piggyback a little bit on what Commissioner Brown is saying, you know, there's a relevance there in what she's saying because of the maneuverability standards. So it should be clarified for the record because it will dictate the plan.
Yeah, sure. No, but if I just look at you don't see the aerial photo, but the aerial photo shows that's not possible for self-parkers to do. This is a professional parking arrangement from the sky. You would never be able to get your car out if it was self-parking. It would mean everybody would be getting in each other's cars and starting them up and moving them wherever haphazardly to get it out of the way so I can get out and just get out of my parking space. It's clearly attended, but we just need to clarify it formally in the resolution that this is only attended parking. So, okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I share the comments regarding the luminous spread. I'm okay with turning the lights off at 10. That would be helpful. Other than that, regarding that limitation on the number of cars, I'm fine with leaving it to them. If they want to maximize, that's okay. But I just want to add one disclaimer that it's up to their engineer, structural engineer, to determine the capacity of the roof top parking in order to make sure that the safety of the entire building is ensured. So this allowance from the board that has nothing to do with the structural capacity of the rooftop or the building.
Right, okay. So we'll have to have in the resolution sort of caveat sort of structural capacity is applicant's responsibility. And
I would put it as a condition. I would say provided that the applicant engineer ensure the structural safety of the rooftop and the entire building.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Shavetta.
I'm fine with the project. I agree with Commissioner Shetta. As long as it can take the load, I'm great with the more vehicles.
Okay, great. Okay, so that means I don't remember whether there's a chart on the proposed drawings, but there is a chart on prior sets of drawings that limiting the number of spaces to 36 and the total number of spaces to 216. So that should be amended by the applicant, right? Maybe we say 60, because actually on the first and second level, there are 61 spaces. So it looks like it fits 61 spaces. When I looked at the aerial photo, yeah, just 1 second. When I look at the aerial photo, the most crowded it ever is 61. I just don't see how they fit even another car in. So maybe 61 is the right number, or we say less than a certain amount. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I think also we need to make sure we continue with the condition that there would be no stackers of any sort. So whatever can be accommodated at grade of the roof is what is going to be permitted.
Yes.
And somehow that needs to be worded in that way.
And there is a notation on the roof plan that there's no stackers.
Yes, right. But our condition will also say no stackers. But this is relevant to us saying whatever fits. It
Right.
can't be whatever fits. It's whatever fits without stackers, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, Commissioner Sheta, and I see
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I just want to mention that the limitations on the number of parking actually is not just related to the structural capacity of the building. And the only concern is that they extend parking spots to areas that are not designed to withstand cars. That would be like my only concern. But if the entire rooftop is designed for parking, here that the number of cars parked is not governed by the structural capacity of the rooftop. It's governed actually by the geometrical considerations of
Right.
how you're gonna lay out the parking and how cars would be able to maneuver. So if we're not, my suggestion is, if we're not approving a specific layout that's showing the number of spots or number of parking cars, I would just leave it to them. If we want to put a maximum, set up a maximum to the number of cars. If we want to set up a condition like there is no stackers, that would be like the best way for us as a board to go. No stackers, maximum number is X, done. And then in addition to that, the disclaimer about the structural safety of the rooftop and the building.
Right. So, and based on the aerial and the fact that the lower floors have 61 cars really packed, it seems like 61 is the number. When I count, if you look at those aerial photos and count the one with the most cars in it, it's 60 cars, but they probably could get one more, like that. So, because otherwise they don't have a free drive lane to pull out any of the cars. So maybe that's it. Anyway, we can discuss. Okay, and Commissioner Ali Brown.
I just want to say, if it turns out that roof is self-parking, they should stripe it.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Did I leave anyone else? Okay, go ahead. Tony.
Item number 16, 12992 BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Sorry, scrolling. The submission responded to many of our questions about site history and location, and they provided 22 photos. It did not respond to our comments that the 15-foot high corrugated metal fence is not an acceptable border condition, but I note that the corrugated fence only borders commercial properties. I think at the beginning we thought it also bordered residential. Now that I look more closely, there's commercial at the rear and at one of the sides, right? But what I'd like to know is whether the fencing materials, the heights and the methods are actually permitted by building code. Everywhere I look, the maximum height is 10 feet for a fence. I'm not sure whether there's an allowance for 15 feet. And I looked everywhere in the building code, other than construction fencing. I don't find any guidance on structural requirements for a fence. So structural or materials methods requirements for a fence. Maybe it's just, yeah, it's somewhere in there. I just don't know where it is. We didn't receive photos of the other side of the corrugated metal fence at the rear. So we can't tell what the condition of that is. Also, for me, there is no question now that I see the conditions, and I don't know if anyone's been able to actually go back there and visit it since our last hearing. Now that I see the conditions in the photos, that the so-called canopy area, that's definitely floor area. It is a space surrounded on 3 sides by walls, a floor, and a roof, right? There's no requirement in the zoning resolution or specificity what the walls must be made of, or what the roof is made of. So this is not a temporary structure just because of the choice of materials of the enclosure, especially when you look at, there's this beam that looks like it's concrete beam supported then on metal columns. And in addition to which, there are columns that support the roof that I'm not sure how else they would do this without having footings. And that is called a permanent structure. It's almost the definition of a permanent structure as soon as you have footings. So if the applicant has filed a ZRD1 with DOB to determine whether it's floor area, I would definitely like to see what's submitted and what's being represented, because if it's just that little line drawing that we got, DOB will have no idea what the nature of the structure is, but I don't see how that's not floor area. We have the photos that we have from the last submission, photos 3 and 4, and especially photo 5, which was submitted March 15th, 21, shows lighting on the roof that would be visible from the 2nd and 3rd floor of the house behind. I can't share the screen, but I, on my own cut and paste of that photo number 5, I can draw a direct line of sight from the light to the windows at the 2nd and 3rd floor of the house that's located next door. So there is no way that those lights don't shine into that window. The issue of lighting was not adequately addressed in the submission. There was just an assurance that somehow or other the lighting's facing down and we're good and the shrubs are in the way. Not when you look at those pictures. The more recent photographs don't stand in the same position. They stand closer to the drive-through. So it makes it look like there are shrubs that are blocking. So it's an editorial collection of photographs. What was I saying? But in photos 8 and 11 that were submitted most recently, you can see those lights. They're big floodlights, so you can see them poking above the building. So, and I note that they're probably not directed down and away from the windows. So they need to provide a lighting study, or better still, relocate the lighting to the sidewalls. I don't understand why these lights have to be mounted on the roof, other than to light the whole neighborhood and let everyone know that there's a car wash here. So if they brought those lights down onto the walls of the building into the drive-through, then indeed the opposite wall, that huge retaining wall, would block the light transmission. So the earlier photo submission also shows the vegetation having no impact on the line of sight from the light fixtures to the windows. So the dense shrubs that are shown in the more recent photos don't start for a certain distance once you're inside that drive-through. So I'm beyond not convinced. Also, there's a retaining wall section detail that was provided, but they don't tell us where that section was taken. I'm just guessing it's taken on the right side of the drive aisle, but there's no indicator. You're supposed to key the details into the drawings. And they did provide a keep the noise down sign at the very back of the site. I don't really get why it's all the way at the back of the site. There should be another one right at the beginning when you first pass through that entry point. It says actually enter. There should be a sign at the enter that says turn off your radios, keep the noise down. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda. Can't hear you if you're speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So the applicant revised the total existing signage. That was a question I had, and it seems to be okay. The landscaping along the rear portion, the applicant says it has been paved over, and the uses, and I'm okay with that given the uses along that rear lot lines are commercial uses, and these are used as parking spaces, and the wall is a solid wall. I'm not putting the question on the metal fence, but the solid wall is quite high. So I would be okay with not having the landscaping along that edge. With regards to the revised plan, I noticed that from the revised plan, the machinery track used for cleaning extends outside the building structure, both in the rear and the front. And I'm assuming this is a track that is located on the floor to guide the vehicles and not something that is attached to the ceiling. So if the applicant could clarify that. I think, with regards to the height of the metal fence, we had, when we were reviewing a case of a parking lot somewhere in the South Conduit area, which had an extra parking, like an abandoned space almost to the rear. And I believe at that time the applicant had stated that they couldn't provide a very high fence because of some code limitations. So I'm also curious to find out how the height of the metal fence is being allowed through which code regulations. So the applicant could point us to that specification, and possibly if DOB did sign off on it, should provide those documents. I had no issues with the lumen count. I think what I find is that this building, the way the lights are situated, yes, it's possible. It is very likely that the lights would be visible from the apartment, from the homes across. The question is being visible versus shining. For example, from my apartment, I can see a lot of lights that are visible. Are they shining into my window? They're not. So I think that's the distinction I would make. And I don't think the photograph I'm looking at, photo number 4, view 4 from the recent submission, it's pointing downwards. So for it to shine upward, or even straight out, which would be blocked by the fence and the 8-foot or so buffer of the planting, and then the solid fence. I don't see that likely, but that's where I stand, and I'm okay with. So my only question is the height of the metal fence, and if that is permitted, and the clarification on the machinery track that is shown on the plan, if that's on the ground or on the hanging from the roof. Thanks.
So you're wondering whether that track is outside in the air? Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah. And if it is outside on the air, if it's outside on the air, then it's not on the air. It's too heavy for it to stand by itself. So it has to be then supported by some roof. It has to be latched onto a roof. And then the question becomes, what is that roof structure that supports it? And then it goes to the question of whether it is then a temporary or a permanent.
Okay. If you could also, though, with the photos, go to the March 15th submission of photos and look at photo number 5. That's the one that I was looking at with respect to lighting and direct line of sight. Okay, Commissioner Otley-Brown?
So they provided extra proof of continuous use, and that plugged any gaps as far as I'm concerned. And they talked about the hardship of not being allowed to continue with their variance, which I thought made absolute sense. It talked about the building and equipment being specifically outfitted as a car wash, and that dismantling it would be time consuming and cost prohibitive. And because it's a viable business, we never really looked to discontinue a viable business. So I found that an acceptable explanation. I agree with you about that rear spot with the corrugated metal fence on the lot line. and the canopy, when you look at photo number 13 of the most recent photos, it looks as if the walls meet the sides of the canopy, and the canopy to me doesn't even look like a temporary canopy. When I think canopy, I think like almost a canvas webbing kind of roof, and this does not appear to be that. It looks as if the corrugated metal fence actually meets up with the roof and seals it, which to me forms the floor area. So I'm not really buying their discussion or their argument that this is not floor area and that it's canvas around poles. It just doesn't look like it to me. So, and let's see, what else? I would prefer, if possible, just to see the photos looking south towards the northern lot line from the lot on that's just north, to just see what it looks like from the neighbor's lot looking at a corrugated metal fence. Because to me, just corrugated metal fences can really look horrible as they age. And so before we say, okay, it's fine that you don't have landscaping there and you stuck a corrugated fence there, I would like to see what it looks like from the outside looking in versus from the inside looking out.
Okay, so the photo would be looking south from
towards that lot line.
Okay, looking south at the northern lot from the outside.
Yes.
There is one photo of the side from the outside, and you can see that's where it's a continuation of the building itself from the outside. You can see it looks terrible. That's kind of where but it's relatively new corrugated fencing, so it hasn't had a chance to do what it does, which is rust beyond all belief. And then
form a canvas for graffiti art too.
Yeah. Oh, true. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I share the comment regarding lighting. I tend to believe that the impact of the light poles that are shown, if you look at view number 8 of the most recent pictures, I can see the point that these light fixtures are somehow pointed down, but if you look at especially the lower one, give me 1 second. Yeah, if you look at this guy, you see it drops, it sheds light down and it could shed that way outside. For that one, it sheds down. So I tend to believe that this contribution of this guy is not going to be significant. I'm a little bit concerned about this, but it's going to be close to like the top of the retaining wall. So adding to that, I totally understand that taking readings around along this residential property line is going to be a nightmare if the residential property is not accessible. If somebody cannot get to the other side and take readings, it's going to be very tough. So I would suggest that if they just go to this spot here, get somebody to put a stair, a ladder or something, get up, get a couple of readings here to see how much impact from these two collectively is coming to here. And if they are like kind of low readings, if they get, let's say 0.1 lumen or so, 0.2, even 0.2, I would be like sympathetic, especially with that planting in place. But if they see values coming higher than that, I would suggest that they put shielding on especially on this lower fixture, and they continue accordingly until they make sure that the lumen spread along the entire residential lot line is not something more than something like ignorable. But I don't want to give him hard time to take measurements along the entire property line. What I'm talking about is take readings at the points that we believe they're going to be the maximum points to receive lumens from that lighting system. And if these critical points are okay, then we're sure that the points in between are okay.
So can I just point say that if you look at the photos that were just submitted on December 23rd, several of them were taken on the residential property. So like 5 of them. So they obviously have access to at least that residential property. And that's the house that's visible from photo number 5 from March. So maybe the issue is that the easiest thing is to ask the tenant or property owner of that lot whether they have an issue with the lighting in their windows, because that would be less scientific, but nonetheless experiential, right? Because that's what I'm concerned about. It's that one house that's visible. Yeah, that one house that's visible on that photo collection. It's where photo 1 through 3 were taken and photo 19. So if you go to those, there you go. So those are all taken on the residential property. And so if they have a relationship with that owner or tenant, then to ask the tenant to provide a letter saying, you know, whether or not they're bothered by the lighting. That's what I'm concerned about.
That's a possible solution. If they don't want to do that and they want to take readings, I don't think if the residential is accessible, I don't think it should take them like too long to collect some readings to present it to us.
Okay, they didn't give us readings? No, they didn't actually, no.
No, they did not. This time they did not.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Then Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I am satisfied with the substantial loss argument. The canopy does look like floor area to me, so this needs to be addressed. I support Commissioner Ollie Brown's request for a photo of the fence from the neighbor's perspective. And I'd like a statement that the trench grate is clear of any debris and is fully functioning.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oops. We didn't get that previously?
We got an image of the trench grate and it's in the plans now, but there is no statement that it's fully functioning.
Okay. All right.
Sometimes they need to be cleared out. Is
Yeah.
basically what I'm saying.
Functioning and maintained, basically. Well, we could make that also a condition, right? In future, that it has to be maintained.
I'd be satisfied with that.
Yeah. Sorry, typing. Okay. I will type. All right. We can go on to the next one. Thank you, everyone.
Item number 17, 4208BZ, 182 Girard Street, Brooklyn.
This one's a tricky because of the DOB
ZDR ones.
interpretation. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, I said the ZDRs or something.
Yeah.
The
So
ZDR.
we have a revised set of drawings with a number of changes. The building is in an AE11 flood zone, and subsequent to the original approval of the 73-622 special permit in 2009, was required to lift the first floor to comply with Appendix G, which amendment, in other words, which required that, was approved by this board in 2019. There is a note in the 2019 resolution and on the approved drawings that the cellar would remain unexcavated apart from the existing already occupied portion. This is consistent with FEMA regulations for residential buildings in flood zones. I realize, unfortunately, only now, because I started to really dig into the drawings, trying to figure out what's the difference between the last submission and this submission and so on. I only realize now that the cellar plans, which have been revised again, show the formerly unexcavated areas, so unexcavated in 2019 approvals, they're being shown as excavated and designated as a crawl space. And I don't know whether this is permitted, because I've never actually seen DOB allow for the creation of new, effectively cellar space in a flood zone. I don't know whether DOB noticed that. We always ask DOB for sign off on Appendix G issues. I don't know whether they looked at that. So it's actually the first time I've seen anyone excavate for a crawl space. It seems odd. And then, and then that's a slippery slope. It goes from a crawl space to being an actual occupied cellar, which you're definitely not allowed to do under Appendix G, under a house. So I see on the May 21 survey, a notation that construction is underway. So I'd like to know whether these issues that we're talking about are fait accompli, in other words, already done. And is this an effort to legalize them? So I'd like some forthrightness on the part of the applicant. What is the status of construction? And is this an attempt to legalize things that we haven't actually permitted? The architect responded to the DOB's ZRD1 denial, stating essentially that it's incorrect as to the attic plane calculations, so connecting the lines and planes and so on. BSA doesn't interfere with this analytical method. This is really a DOB domain. And the architect will need a sign off from DOB. However, we had indicated that we thought the attic was too high. And as far as I can tell, even though there were no changes made to the actual attic plan since the ZRD1 was issued in October, except for what looks like the moving around of boxes on the attic floor area diagram. So instead of this box, it's that box. So I actually didn't understand why it's different boxes now. There were some very slight changes made to the roof plan, but these may only have been refinements rather than responses to the ZRD1 objections. And I have more to talk about with that. I also don't understand how the floor areas changed so much from the 2019 approved drawings and the proposed if the floor plates are the same, especially at the second floor and the attic. So please explain that. And then as to the height, the roof ridgeline height dimension of 30 foot 8 inches that was shown on both the May set of drawings and on this December set actually don't connect to anything. It's just this floating dimensional line, and it doesn't connect to anything on the building. So we don't actually know, even in the May set, what the actual roof height was. And in the December set, we don't know what the actual roof height is. It's not 30 foot 8. But it does look like the height of the building was reduced and that the actual height of the attic was reduced, in fact, because if I just extend that 30 foot 8 roof ridge dimension line across onto the drawing, in May, the roof was higher than that. And in December, the roof top is, or the roof ridge is lower than that. So it looks like the height of the roof was dropped. And that may then have, well, certainly responded to our comments that the roof, that it's too high. And also may have responded to DOB's comments that when they pull together all of those lines that are required to create that roof ridge, that they now satisfied DOB's objection. So this application has been at the agency since September 2020 and in hearing since March 21st, 21, sorry. The only way I can think to expedite this without DOB back and forth is for us to state on the drawings and resolution that the maximum allowable floor area is 1.00000. And the maximum height is whatever we learn the height of the most recently submitted roof line is, because I do think that's the reduced height, which they didn't tell us. And that we take no position and direct DOB to determine whether the attic as designed provides the floor area described on the drawings, whether the roof line complies with height and setback regulations, and whether the proposed newly excavated cellar crawl spaces comply with Appendix G. And if any of those elements shown on the drawings are non-compliant with the regulations, then the applicant has to return to the BSA for further review. Because we've been just doing this on and on and on and on, just to get this moving out of here. Maybe that's the way to go, and let DOB make its determination. That's all I can think of. Otherwise, they have to come back to us after a DOB review of the various ZRD1 questions. Vice Chair Shonda.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta,
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. No additional comments.
Okay,
Okay, moving on, new cases, item number 18, 1254 80BZ, 511 Avenue R, Brooklyn.
okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends approval with one abstention. The site had a variance in 1980 to allow enlargement to a 3-story synagogue and school with floor area, lot coverage, and yard waivers. In 2008, there was an amendment approved by the agency to allow, by the BSA, to allow a 6-story synagogue without a school component with additional floor area and height, plus lot coverage, yard waivers, However, the work was never done and that variance expired. So the instant application is effectively a repeat. It could be either viewed as a repeat of the 2008 new variance application with a smaller ask, or it could be viewed perhaps as an amendment of the previously 1980 variance. I'm not exactly sure, frankly, why this was filed under the SOC calendar. However, since it's a different request for a different program, and at the last grant for a school and synagogue, and the last grant for a school and synagogue was 42 years ago. So at the very least, it seems to me that we need an updated EAS or EAF or technical memo, since the enlargement may make this a type 2. So we can't just sort of ignore the environmental impact. It's a different application. In addition, if the proposed drawings that show existing conditions are correct, then the building is out of compliance with terms of the 1980 grant. And that should have been discussed in the statement of facts. So just to clarify, in 1980, it was a school and synagogue. And subsequently, it became entirely a synagogue. So the conditions of the grant and the programmatic needs and all that stuff changed. So so one of the things that actually, and Carlo, are you there? I was discussing with Carlo was like how you would look at an application like this if, for example, you had a school building that received a variance, and then the school closes and a synagogue moves in. It received a bulk variance for, and in this case, it wasn't a deference variance. It seemed to be a variance based on sort of obsolete building and programmatic need. So because this predated actually the Cornell deference doctrine. So if you were to take a situation like that, where you've got a building that was approved as a school, it gets converted without permission to a synagogue. It's being converted to a conforming use. Both the school and the synagogue are conforming uses. And it's just that the new use is taking advantage of the bulk waivers. So, you know, kind of how would we approach that? One way is to say, you need to come back and tell us why you're entitled to use these bulk waivers for this existing building. Or we might say, well, actually, you know, you're an allowable use. You would also qualify under either the deference doctrine because it's a school and a synagogue, or you qualify under this obsolete building doctrine. So you'd probably get the variance anyway as to the original building. So that's part of my question, is in terms of the proper procedure. Should this be an amendment to the existing application, to the 1980 approval, or should this be a new variance because it's a completely new program as to the original building, but now you're adding another floor? So now the argument is we need another floor because not only do we have programmatic needs from the old application, or let's say from the existing building, we have new programmatic needs that require us to add another floor, right? And so at the very least, I think, and I'd like Commissioner's comments on this, at the very least, I think we need to go through the applicant has to go through all the findings to show that they would qualify for a variance under, even if it were a new application. And they need to make sure that they list the existing non-compliances that were permitted under the 1980 grant. And also they have to be sure to cite to the applicable sections in the zoning resolution that apply now, and then to the proposed non-compliances that are proposed today, and with the proper citations. So the application material is very sketchy, and it doesn't go through systematically. And I know this applicant can certainly do this. It doesn't go systematically through the materials. I see Carlos' hand up. I just want to add one more thing before we talk about this. The original approval, though, asked for, allowed for a roof height of 40 foot 6 inches. It doesn't look like the building was built that way. The drawings don't show that it was built that way. And it looks like, actually, now I don't have my note on how high it is. It's somewhere in the 30-something foot high building height. And so the actual request is to build 3.5 feet more than what was approved in 1980. So I would like them to verify the roof height with a survey. There's no survey height. It's just on the drawings. And so it's almost, in a certain way, though, there's another floor. It's almost like, in terms of height waiver, which I'm not sure is even necessary anymore, they are only asking for a few feet more than they got in 1980. So that's another thing that's confusing, which is not discussed in the materials. So Carla, did you want to add something?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna kind of just touch upon what you already stated, is that the 1980, I think, establishes a lawful non-complying condition, and the baseline today, and what's being proposed is this increment that needs to be analyzed under the findings. If this is to be considered an amendment, as long as the right, I understand that the zoning has changed subsequent to that 1980. So some of the waivers may have shifted, or, you know, so again, I think as a baseline, the 1980 building as was built, it establishes this lawful non-complying condition, and it's an incremental look at what's being proposed today. For secret purposes, obviously this is prior to 1991, which started to establish the more modern day standards of review. Again, I think it's an incremental look at what's being proposed. I think the building as stands is part of the grid, you know, and the use is being conforming.
Okay, thank you. And Vinroy, did you want to say something? Your hand went up quickly.
No, Chair.
Okay.
Not this time. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's go to no, sorry, I'm not finished with my notes. The programmatic discussion in the statement of facts describes the need for 4 floors plus cellar of synagogue to accommodate different age and interest groups in simultaneous prayer and study. We should have a room utilization chart, as that is a pretty unusual ask in fact, very unusual ask, and at least in houses of worship that we've looked at so far, I think. For example, the statement of fact states that there is a need for near simultaneous services for somewhere around 550 persons, including married couples, while the congregation size is 150 households. So I can't really, that math doesn't really work for me. I don't get it. I'd like them to provide the dimensions for each part of the front yard setbacks. And on Kings Highway, they're just showing one setback dimension, and the front has a lot of different, because it's at an angle, there should be incremental setback dimensions given. The BSA zoning sheet must reference the Ocean Park Special District regulations for bulk under section 113-11 to clarify that Article 2, Chapter 4 regulations apply in this R6A, which ordinarily would be a quality housing district for community facilities. You really need to clarify that, because it took me a long time to figure out why you were using the Article 2, Chapter 4 regs when it's clear that's not normally permitted in this district. This is a 1-story addition to an existing non-complying building, so discussion should be, as we just mentioned, about the increase in the degree of non-compliance. And as I said, you have to go through all the findings. You need to provide parking calculations. The statement of facts merely states that parking isn't required under 25-31. You need to explain how so, clarify. The BSA calculation sheet is incomplete as to this. The fire egress doors, they're swinging in. This is a really bad day to be talking about fire egress, but it's basic that fire egress doors swing out in the direction of travel. So those are incorrect. The existing and proposed second floor places of worship only have one means of egress for over 75 person occupancy. Also not permitted, and super dangerous. They need to show materials on the exteriors. Will the existing building be reclad with new windows? That's what's implied from the Avenue R elevation. However, the existing Kings Highway elevation, especially at the first floor, is in pretty terrible shape and should be upgraded. The additional floor, though set back, doesn't actually improve anything because it's set back. Also, the openings in plan don't match the elevations. So please correct either or plan or elevations, especially there's no window shown on the 4th floor on the Kings Highway frontage. So obviously incorrect. This proposal has to show aesthetic respect for the community. So please do a better job with the design of this. I don't have an issue with the height because the adjacent buildings are taller, but this is effectively a street wall district, and the setback may actually be doing a disservice to Kings Highway. So not sure why they're setting this back. Maybe they thought it was a good idea. I'm not sure whether a no setback building would be better. As to Kings Highway, it's kind of an odd setback condition. But again, it always depends on how much, let's see, the quality of the aesthetic of the change. We do have a restrictive declaration for the environmental under hazmat. I'd like to know what the status is. There will be ground disturbance to dig the cellar. So it's not that you're not, they're excavating the cellar. So there will be ground disturbance. So you still need to comply with the restrictive declaration. And I think Those were my comments. Okay. All right. Vice Chair Shonda.
Thank you. Sorry, just going through my notes. So first of all, both in the existing and the proposed plan set, indicate the permitted envelopes in the plan section and elevation, and add a note which ones are pre-existing non-complying conditions.
Sorry, they should indicate or they do indicate?
They should.
Should indicate.
Yeah. With regards to the proposed ask, if we are going to use 1980 as the starting point and disregard the 2008, the only difference between the 1980 and the 2008, apart from the additional height, additional floors that were permitted in 2008, is that it was allowed to be used fully, entirely as a place of worship and not a school and a synagogue. So the only thing that one can take away from the 2008 that this proposed use is following is the complete use of the facility as a synagogue and not as a half and half or 3/4 and 1/4 kind of thing. But using 1980 as a benchmark to compare where the proposal is, I agree the ask is not that much in terms of the height. However, I did also have similar question in terms of the number of spaces and the simultaneous utilization of all of the rooms, especially when the applicant has stated that during Sabbath and holiday morning, on an average, there would be 540 to 550 people. And if you count the total number of spaces, congregants that would be there in all the rooms, if they're used simultaneously, it would be more than 800. So I think it would be helpful for the applicant and for us to understand once they are able to provide utilization of the space. And since the space is operating, they can definitely use the existing operational plan and lay that out. With regards to the social hall, I'm assuming the social hall performs on days where other than religious days. So it's likely people would be coming there using automobiles. So applicant should clarify that little bit as to why that would not be an issue, though that's an existing use. So that's why I don't want to pick on that. It's an existing use and we are letting it be. So I'm not pushing that, but it would be helpful if the applicant in its narrative can clarify that.
I'm sorry. What is it you want clarified? The car usage
from the social hall. But as I mentioned, the social hall was already previously approved. So it's not something we should be digging into as part of the prior grant. And it was allowed to not have any parking, but they should just kind of put it in the narrative if possible. If not, I'm okay with it also.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I take that back because this was something that was granted before.
Okay. So let's forget about the parking.
Take that off. Yeah, take that off.
We do need a parking calculation and so on.
Yeah.
But forget about the parking. Parking, by the way, I don't believe is required for this site because it's in R6 and
R6.
Yeah,
I didn't check the parking requirement.
So it says houses of worship applicable only to the facility's largest room, R6 through 10, none required. That's where.
Okay, so then that's a moot question. So I redact my statement.
Okay.
Now, from the drawings, it was not clear where the trash storage would be within the building. That should be indicated in the plan. As I was looking at the 2008 approved plan, there was a note on the roof that says sound barrier enclosure around the HVAC system would be provided on the roof of the 5th floor. Now, since this building is going to be lower, which is great, but the abutting buildings are 6 stories and there are lot line windows that are facing this. So I think in this case, the applicant should provide some kind of a sound barrier enclosure around the HVAC system. And that note should be added to the 4th floor plan.
Okay. Good. That's it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown?
So my initial question was, shouldn't this be an amendment to the original 1980 variance that's also a legalization of the changes that occurred after the approval, as well as an amendment to enlarge the building, which would be justified by revisiting all the findings when you were talking to Carlo? That's how I was looking at it.
Okay, that
So
makes
that's
sense.
my first question. And then I had a question about the congregation size, because the unit of measurement is different. Now it's 150 households versus the original variance, it was 620 members. So I wanted to know what would be the equivalent in an apples to apples comparison. Is it 150 households that actually is 620 members? Or is it 150 households that's only like 500 members or whatever? So I think that if they're revisiting the findings and talking about programmatic needs, they have to then base it on the measurements, the units of measurement that were used the first time around, so that it would be clearer for us. And then in terms of their justification of the need for all of that space, which albeit is more modest than the original amendment to that first variance, they still should prove it by giving us a schedule of simultaneous events that would show that all of those worship rooms are used simultaneously and can't have dual functions. And then also, to me, a copy of the existing plans would help bolster their arguments, so that you can look at the existing plans while they're talking about the deficiencies, and then it would help you make that leap to the proposed.
Yes, good idea. Thank you. Commissioner Shaitan?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the Commissioner Brown on the request for the existing plans. They are, first of all, let me start with the environmental thing. My understanding is that as part of the grant of the 2008, it was a restrictive declaration to perform some environmental investigations and probably, if needed, take some remedial measures. My understanding is that since then, nothing has been done. If the building was in use during that period, and it was something that need to be like mitigated or remediated back then, I believe it's an issue for the applicants. They need to like explain to us what was the status in 2008, what has been done since then, and whether the building was in use or not. The other point that I want to talk about is increasing the depth of the cellar. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is almost 2 miles away from waterfront. So my guess would be that the groundwater is kind of shallow at this location. I'm not sure, and this building is not. It's not a narrow building. It's a wide building. It has, meaning that it has 2 bearing walls on the sides, and in addition to that, it has columns in between. If you look at the plans, you're gonna see columns inside. If you want to increase the depth of a cellar for a building like this, it's you gotta be very careful. And if the groundwater is shallow, probably it's gonna make it like very difficult task to perform. So I wanna like an assurance from them that they have a geotech in place, they have a structure in place, they're gonna have monitoring in place. They don't want to be surprised with something that's non-pleasant, especially for a public, for a place that's going to be public used like that. This is on the side of the engineering issues, and like I said, I'm eager to hear back from them on the environmental thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good point. Commissioner Shivetta?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I think that we need to revisit the findings that they need to make a programmatic needs argument to show the increase in membership. And as Commissioner Huntley Brown, I have a similar statement, needs to be apples to apples. I'm not sure how much this increase was, but from looking at it, it seems like there's a significant increase. I just need them to lay that out for me. I think the ask is modest, and I just need these updates.
Good, thank you very much. Okay, good.
Move on.
Yeah.
Item number 19, 36482BZ, 245-24, Horace Harding Expressway in Queens.
Okay, this one's, started off being quite confusing until we came down to what the real issue is. But so I will just say we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. We don't have community board recommendation. It appears though, so this was a variance to allow a PCE, right? Am I right? Variance,
Yes.
right? Yeah. So where the commercial use is permitted, let's see, it's in a C12 district, right? So commercial use was permitted as of right on the first floor and cellar, but the variance allowed for a PCE in the cellar and the first floor. Now PCEs are permitted as of right, as of mid-December, as of right in C12s up to 10,000 square feet of zoning floor area, which is to say, as we know from the Target case, not including cellar space. So cellar space is not regulated by this. That's the language in the zoning resolution. According to what we have understand from the materials and clarification that Tony got from the applicant, the first floor is proposed to no longer be a PCE. Instead, it's a physical therapy office, which is a use group 6 professional offices, right? So the only PCE now is in the cellar. And so as far as we can tell, there is no reason for the variance anymore because there's no request to put the PCE on the first floor to exceed the 10,000 square foot limit. And you could have, if you want, a 10,000 square foot PCE in this district on the first floor, which they're not proposing. So the reason that rather than postponing this and just not having it appear at all in hearing was I wanted the applicant to have an opportunity to discuss with us and to better understand why this probably no longer needs to be here. What I couldn't tell from the materials that were submitted is whether the variance allowed anything more than a use change, because the whatever it was, the original BSA resolution, which was from 1982 or something, wasn't included in the materials, and apparently it was a little difficult to get remotely. So we need to go to, I don't know what, GRM. How do we get a copy of it? We need to go to the books.
The books, and it's
Yeah.
1969 or something, the original.
Oh, so it's a 364-82BZ. Oh, right, that's true. Yeah, so we don't have the original. And so,
Although, as I mentioned to you in one of the latter resolutions, they did some verbiage of discussion of the findings.
right, but so because we don't have the original approval, we don't know if there might have been a bulk variance, which would be a different story. But assuming for the moment that this is entirely a use variance to allow the PCE, then this application doesn't need to be before us anymore. But I would hesitate to send the applicant away and have them withdraw the application and abandon the variance unless they go to the Department of Buildings and have DOB verify basically what's our current interpretation of a brand new zoning text, which DOB has not yet probably looked at, which is to say the physical therapy occupancy on the first floor is allowed completely as of right with no limitation on its size. And the PCE in the cellar is allowed as of right since not regulated at all as to size in this district, okay? So, and arguably as to use, that's a kind of a funny question about the language. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say about that. So I'm happy to talk to the applicant at the hearing for any further clarifications on that. Vice Chair Shondo.
No additional comments.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Okay, and Commissioner Shavetto.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of bumpiness while the applicant community adjusts to this change in the text, but I really want to draw attention to all of our project managers and to the intake desk that we can't accept PCE applications anymore. So anybody who kind of wasn't reading the paper and submitted a PCE application in the last 2 weeks, we can't accept those anymore. We have no authority under them. And all of the project managers should be careful when you're reviewing your applications that might have been submitted a little while ago and you haven't either finished your notice of comments or you're starting to review responses to notice of comments. If they're for PCEs, we cannot continue with them, and you need to let the applicants know that PCEs are as of right in the following zoning districts, which you need to look at, and that their choice is to withdraw the applications or to wait till the 4-month challenge period is ended. That's their choice because maybe there is a challenge, and then withdraw after that. Okay. All right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Item number 20, 83785A, 166 1873rd Avenue, Queens.
And I just want to, I think there might have been a mistake on the previous hearing date on the calendar. It was 10/18. I think I wrote 10/10 by mistake. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Let me get there. Okay. The reason we delayed this for the 10/18 hearing because no notice was served. And we, after a lot of digging, we got proof of proper service it was a lot of digging. And so, yeah. And I do note that in response to the notice of comments, this applicant was kind of responding by saying a lot of the times, it's not needed because of the following reasons, or it's not needed because I already gave it to you, or it's not needed because I don't think it's needed. When a project manager asks an applicant for something, it's because it's needed, provided, because not doing it slows down the process, okay? And we are about to issue a revised set of administrative notices on how to do proper service, because this application, the service was impossible to understand. And so we often get, or unfortunately, let's say we sometimes get other types of service that are difficult to understand. So going forward, after the release of the administrative notice, there will be a very limited set of types of notice that will be acceptable. And if it's not provided, notice will be considered improper. Okay, just so be ready. Let's see. So this is a very confusing ongoing 1938 building code variance to allow in 1985 a dentist's office on the first floor of a house in an R2 that I just have to say I frankly don't understand because it's a 1938 variance, right? My question is, shouldn't we be asking if the 1968 code, since the conversion was post 1968, okay, or even the 2014 code, because sometimes even if you have a building that was built or converted post 1938 or post 1968, there are some provisions in the most recent code that apply to you no matter what. Some of them have to do with fire egress, ADA requirements. There are things like that. So you don't necessarily get to not do it just because your building is a say 38 or a pre-68 building. So, so the first question is, shouldn't we be asking if the 68 or the 2014 code would allow this use without any waivers, instead of going back and looking at what it said in 1938? I'm not even sure that what was waived. I'm not sure even what was waived in 1985, as there is, there's only a citation to the 1938 code in the resolution without saying what's non-complying. So I don't actually know what was cured. I note that in 1985, the zoning resolution probably permitted the use in an R2 if it was less than 1,500 square feet below the first story ceiling, but that needs to be verified. And it was also permitted in 1963, but it's not permitted today. So since then, in whatever this is, R1s, you can, or R2s, you're not allowed to have a doctor's office, right, without a special permit. So I'd like to know, what is the area of the use? Show it on the drawings. I figured it out by doing my own math that it's 1,245 square feet, but they don't show us. Provide interior photos, especially of the cellar, which is not supposed to be occupied by this use or even used for storage according to the terms of the grant. And I'd also like to know, how does a disabled person access the building that has steps to the porch and is indicated as being 3 feet above grade? This is a medical office. I don't see how you have a medical practice that doesn't have, well, it's dental, but still, I don't see how you have a practice, a healthcare practice, where there's no way for a disabled person to get into your facility. So yeah, I'm very confused about this ongoing application that like gets renewed without anybody looking at the actual code question. Why does it have to keep coming here if it's allowed by code as of right? So those are my questions. Vice Chair Shanda.
I was trying to understand if there were any prior conditions that were placed by prior boards with regards to, for example, hours of operation or signage. From my site visit, I seem to remember there was a little small, tiny signage, which just is really like a typical residential, signboard that you have that just gives the address kind of thing. So I really didn't have any issues with it. I would like the applicant to clarify if there were any prior restrictions, and especially with regards to the hours of operation.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
The only condition of compliance that I saw from looking at the previous resolution was that the cellar not be used as storage, which makes sense being that this is a waiver of building code issues, and there might be some fire issues if you used your cellar with record storage and things that are flammable. But that was the only thing that I could see in the resolution, and they just need for me to verify that that is still the case, that they are not using the cellar for storage in any way.
Right, and that's the thing that's interesting about this. We're looking at it as a non-conforming, so this was a permitted use back in the 1960s. And also, we're just looking at the code condition. So if there was a code requirement about storage then, what's the requirement today? And can you get around the requirement by sprinklering, for instance, where you can take a sprinkler off domestic water, and then be allowed to use it as storage? So really, I think the thing that's kind of silly about this is this could probably be code legalized today, and they don't have to keep coming to us every whatever many years it's been. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shetto.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay. All right.
Okay, this concludes the public reviews. Oh,
Wait. Kosciuszko?
I'm sorry, Jay Goldstein, sorry. Item number 21, 11099 BC, 5658 Kosciuszko Street, Brooklyn. I don't know.
I never know too. I say Kosciuszko. We need a Polish.
Kosciuszko? Sorry,
Someone
Mr. Goldstein.
Polish would tell us,
Sure,
but I'm
send me
sure
a
it's
text message.
completely different than that. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. The community board recommendation is missing. Please provide it. The applicant should specify which rules of procedure it is requesting we waive. The variance expired on June 27th, 2020, sorry. And the application was filed on May 7th, 2021. So that's less than a year. So it should be the appropriate waiver request. Provide a sign analysis, demonstrate compliance with the terms of the grant, and also with the notes on the drawings, which require clear fire egress and fire alarm and lighting directed away from residences. I didn't see any notations at all on that application with respect to those requirements. It does have a 2006 C of O. I'd like to know why wasn't the CO updated after the last approval in 2010 and 2015? They need to provide an alteration type 1 application filing so to show us that they've started the CO application process, because otherwise we'll go on and next time and they'll also have not filed for a CO amendment. The site is adjacent to and backs up against residential uses. I'd like them to provide photos showing the conditions of the side and rear walls as to the residential, so that, you know, residents are looking at that condition. Has it been pointed? Are they in good shape? Whatever. Please explain more about the adjacent non-conforming use at 54 Kosciuszko Street. Is there direct access to that building through the subject site? That apparently is also being used for kind of car work, repair, whatever. But it's not subject to this variance. It's subject to, I guess it's a non-conforming condition. It apparently has a C of O. So there's photo shows an open dumpster on the sidewalk. That must be kept on site at all times except for pickup. Indicate on the plan where it will be stored. Yeah, there's a lot of photos show that open dumpster outside on the sidewalk. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So there were some couple of last minute submissions, and in that, I believe the applicant had presented to the Land Use Committee of the board in 2021, and the Land Use Committee had no objection. That's the latest submission, though it wasn't clear if the Land Use Committee's recommendation stands as that wasn't clear. With regards to the compliance, applicant did submit a later compliance table and citing all the conditions. And the conditions were that no charter bus establishment would operate from there, no storage or repair of buses and trucks would happen from this facility, and the lighting should be positioned down from the residential and the CO part of it. Those were the main compliance elements. The applicant did provide a chart to that.
Sorry, what was the first one? I heard no buses. What was the first one you said?
No charter bus. I think at
No
some
charter
point they were
bus.
considering a charter bus establishment, or there was a talk of it. So that was one of the conditions that was put, that there wouldn't be any charter bus operating from this facility, and nor would there be any repair of buses and trucks
Okay.
at this facility.
Okay, but they didn't address the smoke detector, the fire alarm, the 3-foot wide exit passages, which is on the drawings.
Right, which is on the drawings, but that was not mentioned, but I think that was on the prior ones, but not in the later one.
Okay.
So I think the lumen count, they should indicate the location of the lights mounted that are mounted on the front facade. That should be shown in the plans and elevation. And from my site visit, which was this weekend, I did notice the trash dumpster, but that was on the curb, on the sidewalk. Actually, not on the sidewalk. It was on the street. So, so maybe it was, so that can become a little bit of a hazard if it's very windy and it starts rolling all over the place. So that it does need to be secured inside the site.
Yeah.
But other than that, the site otherwise looked fine. I have no issues with the signage analysis. Yeah.
Okay, I see Daryl's hand up. Go ahead, Daryl.
Just to respond for the community board, the land use committee meeting was the official recommendation for the whole committee as altogether. Usually for this district, they usually do land use committee meeting as the official community board meeting.
Okay.
Oh, it's a committee of the whole. We
Yes.
have that on my community board also. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? No.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
My only comment is that one of the photos showed cars on the sidewalk, and to state that that's just not acceptable.
So we need a management plan for eliminating that. Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to second the comment from Commissioner Brown regarding the parking on sidewalks. View number 4 and 5 of their submission show cars parking on sidewalks. Also, if you look at Google View on May 7th, November 2020, in May 2019, there are cars showing cars parking on the sidewalk. So this need to be mitigated. The other thing is that regarding the dumpster, I want to say that it's not just insulting to like the residents of the like adjacent properties, but
You're bouncing in and out.
there is an
Wait. Commissioner, you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you have an alternate internet, but let's try that again. You're saying regarding the dumpster, it's insulting
Yes.
to neighbors, and then?
To people who are walking on the sidewalk. In addition to that, it's located on top of an egress for the seller. If I'm not sure if you look at the plans, you can see the egress for the seller, and that egress is right at the location where this dumpster. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
we can
listening.
hear you. Well, maybe we froze.
Yeah, it's right at the location where this dumpster is located.
Okay, so it's illegal on a lot of different fronts. But just because, even if you move it off of that access to the cellar and keep it on the sidewalk, it's still not allowed. No, it's okay,
You see
yeah,
the egress is right here.
yeah,
Yeah, and this is where that, if I move to 2021, it's right on top of that.
yes.
So it's- yeah.
All the photos show it there. Yeah, you can see it there. Right,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. All my notes have been met. I have nothing more to add.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
That's,
that's it. Okay, now I can say this ends the public review session for January 10th, 2022. Will now commence with the public hearing.
right,
you wanna
after,
take a break?
wait, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, so we will commence with the public hearing at 12:10, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, if commissioners could return, please. Okay,
Okay, begin?
yep.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 10th, 2022. The first item is the SOC calendars, continued hearing items, item number 14, 80361BZ, 1416 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
And we have Miss Fullader. I just let her in.
Hi, we should have with us Andrew Stewart from High Point, Jim Perry from British Petroleum, and then someone is calling in. I see a call in, but it might be
Yeah,
different.
last 3 digits, 140. Jim Perry.
Yeah.
Oh, I see him.
Is
Yeah,
that is that Joseph D'Amato?
Yeah, he is the lighting consultant from Bowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Kurt.
Jim Perry, I
That's
see, and then Andrew Stewart.
Don't see Andrews.
I
There
mean,
is.
yeah.
Is there, right?
I don't see Andrew Stewart. Do you?
He usually calls in.
There's one phone number, last 3 digits, 328. If you're part of this team, please raise your, oh, sorry, *9 to raise your hand. There you go. He's the missing Andrew Stewart, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Sorry. *6 to unmute yourself if you're a caller.
I'm
Mr.
here.
D'Amato.
Andrew
unmute
Stewart from
yourself.
High Point.
Right, thank you. Mr. D'Amato,
Okay.
please unmute yourself, *6 on your phone.
Everyone is in the teams, unmute, please. *6 if you're on the phone. Mr. D'Amato, Mr. Perry, unmute, please. Thank you. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. I do.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I have the whole team here with me today. I believe that Andrew, unless he wants to add something, heard the comment about the landscaping and will adjust the plans accordingly unless there's something you want to add, Andrew. And then we can speak about all the work that was put into the lighting plans and any questions about the lighting plans. So, Andrew, you good? Okay.
I'm good. Yeah, I'll update the plans per the board's direction. Not a problem.
Okay, great. And then so now we can speak with Mr. D'Amato about all the work that was put in when he did the lighting testing and to explain further how the lighting plans work, because I think there was some confusion. Mr. D'Amato?
Yes, hi. We conveyed the actual lumen study during the evening hours, obviously, and we are, based on the actual plans provided, what we did was we shut the lights off, as you can see, on plan BSA 100, plan sheet BSA 100, and those readings were taken with all lights off, and we're able to achieve a very low, not a 0, but a low enough ambient light. So there was no lights basically reflecting from adjoining properties, only in the right corner there. commercial residential property. But in order to, achieve a within range reading, we did have to, turn down to disconnect some of the pole lights on the perimeter lot line adjacent to the residential. And you can see that in all the plans here. So with the top of fence, with the adjustment, post adjustment, the BSA.
Can you, sorry,
02.
tell us which drawing you're looking at, please?
Sure. So it's BSA 300.
Okay.
And that's with the adjustments made at 00, obviously. And you can see that we were able to receive, get it within range. Still not getting the 00, only in the back portion of the property. But that's turning down all the pole lights, the 3 pole lights, 4 pole lights of the perimeter lot line. It's adjacent to the residential commercial lots. And that brought it down to acceptable range, hopefully. But it was very difficult to get it to a 00 range unless turning down all of the canopy lights, which we also put baffles, as you can see, under the canopy light over the actual pumps. We put baffles on roughly 8 light fixtures. And you can see there are indications where it says downlight baffles, where we put the actual baffle to baffle the light, shielding it from the residential in order to achieve these readings. But
you also disconnected 4 of the canopy lights in this.
Yep, that's correct.
So, okay, continue, but I do have a question that doesn't sound
Before we continue, I'm a bit confused. You spoke about drawing 100.00, and my perception to this is like the reference. This is lights off, right?
00, I'm sorry, BSA 100?
Yeah, 100.00 is lights off. This is the reference, correct?
Yeah. Yep,
and
all the lights
if you
off,
look
correct.
if you look at 00, let's say we're talking about the property line, the residential property line to the right. Let's talk about that one. Right is this is south.
There's no north arrow.
Yeah, we're talking. I did look at the Google. Let me.
Can you put a north arrow on these plans, please?
It's on the site plan on the first sheet, BSA 001, but I'll put it on every plan. It's not a problem. We can put it on every plan. No problem.
I have it on the screen. Do you see it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm looking at these numbers here, and the maximum I can see here is 0.5, but like for this region here, it's almost 0. So this is like the reference for me. So if you look at lights on and the first, and this is at 0, actually 0 grade. This is top of grade, not top of fence.
So this is plan 200, BSA 200.
That 100 is 0 at grade, is lights off at grade. And when I look at 200, which is lights on at grade, I don't see values here. The only value I see
with the
probably
light. So the reason why you don't see them is because we took sporadic readings at the innermost portion of our site to get those readings and show that, we're way over the lumen, with the lights on, without adjustments. We didn't take them throughout the entire site. Like you had originally said in previous hearings, you have said that you don't have to take all of the, you just take sporadic readings to show the board that, look, you're over the lumen level, and then we can take the readings sporadically. But we did not take it sporadically for all the readings were taken when the adjustments were made. So 00 was like, your start your start line showing that, the lights were off and, there was X amount of illumination at that point. And then, with the lights on, we only took sporadic to show the board that, hey, look, with lights on, you're getting readings and they're just way over the
Okay,
limit.
if I continue, if I may continue, then if I move to, this is 201.00, this is at 3 feet. I don't want to look at that. And this is lights on. This is top of fence.
Yep.
And this one is lights on adjusted at 00.
Yep.
So if you didn't take readings here and here, how did you evaluate these, let's say 0.6 and 0.3? You didn't take readings for lights on. Let me go back to 200.
No. This is the adjusted. This is after they disconnected all the lights, right?
All right.
This is.
Yeah, but the adjusted means lights on minus lights off. Am I correct?
No,
the adjusted.
Sorry, this is field readings. They realized there's a cover letter that explains this. When they were in the field, they took measurements with the lights on and they said, oh, whoa, these are really bright. There's no point in taking all the measurements of these really bright lights. We're going to make adjustments based on what we think will have an effect. So we're turning off the poles, we're turning off 4 of those canopy lights, and we're putting, maybe you already had the baffles on the existing canopies, and then they took the readings. So they said, if we disconnect the poles and we disconnect, not if, we did disconnect the poles, we did disconnect those 4 canopies.
That's right.
And these are the readings that we got, having done that. So it's not a mathematical calculation. These are real readings based on disconnect.
So these are the readings for lights on, not minus the lights off values, just lights on. And by adjusted, you're talking about adjusting some of the pools, turning off some of the pools. Is that accurate?
No, that when we refer to adjusted lights, that's all the site adjustments that obviously we went through a series. It's a lengthy process because we don't know the extent, right, of how many lights we need to turn off or what needs to be disconnected, rather not turned off, but disconnected. What lights need to be disconnected. So we go through, a series of lights adjusted in essence, where we're turning off, we're disconnecting 2 out of the 4 pole lights, and we're still getting readings. So we don't report all of that. What we do report is, in order to get the within range readings, we report the best case scenario, let's say, right? So we're not reporting the series of what we're doing to get those those readings that the board is asking for. So we're only, you know what I mean? So we're not reporting, let's say we turned off these and we had to adjust, we turned off 2 and we had to adjust an additional 2. We're only reporting the adjusted, period. So you have the report that states, the adjusted, and the lights on that show that obviously you're just way over the reading level that you're trying to achieve here. So the best case scenario is 00, obviously, with all the lights off, getting ambient reading from the street and the adjacent properties. You see that there's some light spillage from the adjacent properties, especially on the 2 sides, the 2 worst corners, which are parallel to the streets on the avenues. But then you do have the back corner that has 00 when the lights are off, and that, to achieve that, we had to actually turn off and disconnect all the lights on the building, and also all the pole lights. So which I'm not sure if I should mention, it does create a very dark and unsafe condition in the back corner there, only because the lot is open on two sides. to pedestrians walking onto the property. So I'm not sure if it's worth mentioning now, but it does, making these adjustments makes the site very dark.
We're not asking you to like create any unsafe conditions on site.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, are you planning on making these conditions that you said you turned some lights off, you disconnected them? Are you planning on making these conditions permanent? Is that what's going to be existing on site?
See, it sounds.
I would leave that up to the client. I would leave that up to the client to make mention. From our survey, we did recommend that they keep the lights off until whatever the outcome of the hearing is. But it is. I just want to make mention that it's making conditions on the site a little unsafe, and it warrants for a dangerous condition for pedestrians.
Right. So let me just interrupt here. So it's like, what you're discovering is the existing lighting condition is unacceptable for the neighbors because it's too bright, right? But it's also with the adjustment that's made in this kind of brute force approach where wherever we have an offending light, we just simply disconnect it. It's also not a solution for the business. So in other words, the lighting plan has to be adjusted. You need a new lighting design. And maybe it's because the fixtures themselves are wrong, the lamps are wrong, the height of the poles or whatever are wrong. But certainly there's a proper solution, because it's not the first time we've seen canopy lighting this close to an adjoining property and the canopy lighting works. It's just that you're, using the brightest, I don't know, mercury vapor, who knows what lighting. And so that's what needs to be adjusted. And that's what really, it's not okay, of course, to have a dark site. Any more than it's okay to have a site that blasts the neighbor and you can read a book inside your apartment without turning your lights on.
I think
it might be a good exercise that they perform what they perform on site. I believe that's going to be helpful for them to determine which light is shedding how many lumens. And I would say during your exercise on site, the only element that you factor in is whether the light is existing is on or off. But there are other factors like the chair mentioned. You could think of like shortening the height of that light bulb, changing the fixture itself to make it less luminous, probably shielding. So
I do think we have shielding and we but I think we did change the lights and put in shielding. Am I incorrect?
You kept
We
disconnected.
did put in shielding.
Sorry.
Yeah, but you disconnected many lights. It's not an okay.
I'm saying I think we tried that before we disconnected the lights. We put in shielding. Am I wrong?
If you reach a final configuration for the lighting on site, like this light is gonna stay, but we need to shorten it like 5 feet. This light is gonna stay, but we need to shield it that way. This light is good. This light is gonna be entirely new. If you reach that final configuration, put it in a drawing with the associated lumens that you measured from that configuration and submit it to us.
Okay.
So can I ask, is there a level that, within range that you can provide where we can stay, we'll make the adjustments that are necessary to meet that, but 0 is it's just impossible. I mean, any illumination will trigger, a reading. Is there any kind of reading that you can suggest and say,
some threshold of some kind?
This is the part that's quite confusing. On all of our applications, and you're often the consultants on these applications, on all of the applications, we require 0.0 at the residential property line. This is why I'm and often there are pole lights, maybe not right at the residential property line, but there are pole lights on the site. There are canopy lights on the site. So 0 is our standard at the residential property lines. We don't require that so strictly at the commercial property lines unless it's something like a hospital or a doctor's office or something like that. So I'm kind of confused by that question. But the other thing is, if it indicates that the poles are the principal source of overage, then it's because the poles are either in the wrong place, they're too high, the fixture itself is the wrong fixture, the lamp is the wrong lamp, there's no shielding, etc. So, you know, there was another supermarket that we looked at maybe last year, where there was an enormous need to dramatically change the lighting scheme. And that's what you're looking at here.
I think what we suffer in this site is we're surrounded on all sides by residential.
Yes.
And it's very dark. Yeah.
Many sites are surrounded on all sides by residential. So no resident.
I was just going to mix in combination with the fact that sometimes there's a lot of extra lighting from the streets or wherever. And in this site, that's
No. That can't be the reason.
I'm just telling you this situation.
No, but you're missing the point. We do a lights off study. The lights off study determines what's the ambient light from all sources other than the subject site. So your lights off ambient light study shows almost zero along residential property lines, give or take a little bit of height, which is maybe coming from street lamps right near whatever street that is in the front. And so you can't say that, oh, we're disadvantaged because there's other light sources. That's what the ambient reading level is for. And that's where Commissioner Sheta says, what's your adjustment? Because the adjustment isn't actually simply turning the lights off. It's also subtracting from the value of your last reading with the lights on, all with the disconnect and everything. You subtract from that the 0.1 and the 0.13 and so on. That was your ambient, and it reduces slightly your impact. So you do have to do that, but at the same time, and this is, by the way, showing tires stored outside, which is not allowed.
It's an old picture. Yeah, it's an old picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can see just by looking at the polls. I mean, you don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
You're not going to be able to achieve what you're looking for with these polls that close to the property line. I don't want to say even with shielding. And this is honestly from the edge of that canopy to the building or to the fence, this is not a huge distance. I'm not sure if you change the configuration, instead of these 3 huge pools that are like not so short, actually, if you can replace them with some light fixtures attached to the canopy pointing down, probably they're gonna help you. I don't want to be like designing things for you, but we've been requesting 0 lumens at residential property lines all the time. That I believe that the lighting configuration on this site plan is not helping you from the first shot. You need to think of it and come up with a solution.
Right.
May I ask a question? The adjacent land use is actually commercial. I understand it may be zoned residential, but it looks like there's businesses operating on that site. So it's not like, there's a multi-use or apartment building or something like that. So that's one point I wanted to make. The other point is on the back of the property is a dense landscaping screening from the residential uses. So they can't see the lighting anyways. I've never received a complaint. So I'm just wondering if there's some latitude there in some way.
So the rule is, and we don't change the rule for every single different application, 0 on the residential property line. If we start moving it around, it's impossible for us to manage it, okay? If the planting, and that's year-round planting, if the planting is changing your lumen levels because of the planting, then then you can count that, but that's based on a lumen spread reading, not based on your conjecture that the planting is going to do it. It means you go onto that property and you measure. Our lumen spread diagrams say measure 5 feet into the residential property if you're allowed to get there, right? That's a way to
if you're
check
allowed
that
to
if
get
it's at 0 at the property line plus 5 feet into the residential property, that would tell you whether the shrubbery is having an actual impact. But you can't use shrubbery, you know, at the height of summer. It has to be shrubbery at the dead of winter, because a lot of shrubs don't have leaves. They're deciduous, right? So
These are arborvitae though. They're dense all the way.
Yeah,
all through
but
the year.
arborvitae are dense if they're planted densely, right? So you
Yeah,
can't.
which these are. Yeah.
Okay, but so then you have to go onto the other side of the property and measure them. And if I'm not going to speak for what's going on in the upstairs, because this is a mixed use building according to what it says on the on our data, the house to the right. So no matter what, you still have a problem, because I don't even think we would allow 25 lumens on a commercial property next door. So you're imposing in a way that's just not right. It's your use imposing on someone else is just not right.
Yeah,
so if you wanted to add dense arborvitae, for example, along that whichever direction that is, north, it's sort of like the northern, I guess, I don't know which, the right property line. It's a diagonal north arrow. So I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. I understand. Yep.
The right property line, if you wanted to add really dense arborvitae there that you think would reduce the impact of the lighting, you could try that as well, right? But then that's a whole other expense.
Yeah.
In addition to whatever needs to be done with those pole lights, which are, as Commissioner Sheta said, obviously the wrong choice.
Well, we'll do the best we can with it, but it seems to be almost impossible to get the 0 in my assessment. So I mean, we're doing the best we can with it. We're gonna continue to work at it, and we'll come back to the board and talk to you about it. But it's putting us in a difficult position. It really is. So I mean, we have to have a safe operation too. We can't have it so dark where, you know, people are running into each other. There's a criminal activities going on. We need to make sure of that as well, you know.
Absolutely right. But as I said, we see many, many, many gas stations. Many of them are in a situation like this, surrounded on more sides than 2. Sometimes they're surrounded on 3 sides by residential, and it's possible to achieve it. So, but not if you have pole lights right at the residential property line that are higher than your boundary. So sometimes we'll say, okay, put up an opaque fence and mount your lights to the opaque fence that face down. That's another way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Or just make it lower. I mean, you have an open fence, that's part of your problem, right? And your open fence was relying on dense planting, which you don't have, right? So maybe the open fencing, and you add to it very, very densely planted bushes, but we can't wait 5 years till the bushes achieve height, because in the meantime, it's shining into somebody's window, right? So you might go with a dense fence, right? And then mount your lights to the dense fence.
Okay, we'll have to come back to you with a alternate design here and see if we can come up with a plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you're talking about impossible from now, if you're keeping in mind that you're gonna keep the same light pools, same lighting system configuration, yes, I agree with you that it's a very tough mission to achieve zeros at the residential property lines. I appeal to you to think of changing the lighting system on the border of the site. With the existing lighting system, you're gonna come back next time. We're gonna have the same conversation next time, and it's gonna be a loop. We hate that. Take a look at the design, see what you need to change it, do it in one shot.
Right.
Understand.
I do think you should see that, like, as we showed in photographs, the site is looking much improved. It looks really good. So we're trying to do everything in one shot. We're
Yeah.
not trying to.
No, I mean, I think we did comment that the site looks good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
I
that
think
that's the
a little-
intention here.
Yeah, okay.
And then you asked about the doors. They were ordered, but we're really having a problem on every single site I'm working for. And especially I'm filing a lot of extensions of time on applications because of the global shipping delays. We can't.
Do you know when the fence was ordered?
October, I think it's
Yeah,
September, October, like
Yeah,
right after.
3 months ago. Yeah, right.
Wow. Okay. All right. We understand this supply chain issue. I was just curious because the proposal wasn't signed. And often you go ahead with a deal without signing those proposals. I know that. I just was curious because we didn't have a real like, okay, you're hired date. So I couldn't tell when it started. Okay.
Just we're using that to prove that we were going for it. We weren't ignoring the doors.
Right. No, understood. And I think you made that clear the last time. I just wanted to understand lead times. It helps us with other applications too. If we see you've been waiting 4 months, 12-week lead times in general are not unusual pre-COVID. So it doesn't surprise me that you might have a 12-week lead, but it turns out it could be way more than that. So, okay. All right. Anything else anybody wants to add? Okay, so let's go to the public. Tony, you're muted. You're reading your whole speech, but you're muted.
Sorry about that. Oh, God. Sorry, the case that we're discussing is 80361 BZ, 1416 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The passcode, should you require it, is 654997. The ID number is 915. I should read that before. 0105-6318. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand by pressing *9. And if you are calling on the phone, press *6 to unmute. Once again, this is 80361 BZ, 1460 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay, how much time to respond to this?
Jim, I'm gonna defer to you because how much time?
Yeah, I hate to say 30 days. It might take a little longer. Can we go to 60 days? I hate to ask for that long of a time, but I just want to make sure we have it right.
Yeah, you can ask for whatever you want in terms of length of time, but as long as you have it right. So 60 days is fine with us.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so 60 days to submit.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15, 221-88 BZ, 10201 66th Road, Queens.
Okay, Mr. Power's already in. We also have David Shower, who's admitted.
And Edmond Castillo, and Jay Prouty.
Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Is that it, Mr. Powers?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, could you all unmute yourself, please, the team? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Ditto. Mr. Perry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I do.
Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Power.
Good afternoon, Jim Power from Kramer 11. I'll just go through the few issues that were identified at review session. regarding the addresses of the property. There are two addresses we would like to maintain on the BSA approval. The 66th Avenue address, which relates
Wait,
to the.
no, stop. You have to say the exact address because that's what we're going to be writing, okay?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yes, 102-1466th Avenue. Again, 102-1466th Avenue, which is the particular address for the garage. Second, 102-0166th Road, which is the general address for the hospital.
Okay.
And those are the two addresses we need. There was another address for 103rd Avenue on a prior resolution of the board. That address is no longer recognized by DOB, so we don't need that one on any BSA records.
Mhm. Okay, good.
And we
You got
will,
that, you got that, Chase or Kurt? Or yeah?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you.
on the second point, it's correct. We have not yet submitted a PW1 application. That's in process, and we'll be submitting that in the coming weeks, I would say. Number 3, we agree that the roof lights will go off at 10 p.m. and we will include a note on the roof plan indicating the same. We just wanted to note that it is a 24-hour garage, though, so there will be lights continuing on the lower levels of the garage, which shouldn't be an issue for any neighbors. And number 4, we agree that the roof level will be indicated as parking on the plans, and we agree that 61 spaces would be an appropriate number.
Sorry, what was the first, you said attended parking, right?
Attended parking, it will
Yeah,
be attended
okay.
parking.
Okay. Okay, good. Commissioner Otley Brown, did you want to say something?
No, I'm fine with that now that they clarified.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
That's all that we have.
Okay. Let me just see if there was anything else. No other anything else from commissioners that Mr. Power might have left out? Okay, so then that's good. So then let's go to the public.
I'm sorry, I missed something. The term, they're okay with the term? We're extending the term, or we're not?
No, so they're requesting removal of the term, which is
Right.
something we commissioners need to discuss ourselves. I don't personally have a problem with it. I don't know how others feel. We often don't have terms on these parking garages. So.
Right. Under the 7349.
Right. So if commissioners have an issue with the removal of the term, let us know. Okay, Commissioner Shonda shook her head, which won't be recorded on the transcript, so we have to know that she shook her head, no problem. Okay, all right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 22188BZ, 1020166 Road, Queens. The call-in number, should you wish to call in, is 646-558-8656. The Weber ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode, should you require it, is 654997. If you're on the Zoom room, please press your Zoom hand, *9. And if you're calling on the phone, press *6 to unmute. The only case you should be calling in for right now is 22188BZ, 102-0166 Road, Queens.
Okay, thanks. So far, nobody's called in, but then we can talk about, so the only things that need to be corrected on the drawings is the hours of operation. I mean, sorry, the hours of lighting, closing it, turning them off at 10 p.m. and to indicate throughout the application a limitation on what we say 61 cars on the roof.
Yes.
So, right, and that it's also attended parking in case it doesn't say that. So just to please clarify very much those issues in all of the materials and in the, especially on the drawings. And of course, provide a cover letter to tell us what you've done when you submit everything, so we don't have to be hunting around for why did you submit that thing, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. So how much time do you need?
We can submit within a week.
Okay. So,
Are the hours for the rooftop limited to 10 PM also, or it's
Yes.
just?
Mhm.
Yeah.
They
Yes,
are.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Okay,
There is a
so
note on
the-
the plan to that effect already. It's
right.
limited.
Yeah, that's where we came up with a 10 PM. So rather than leave the lights on for, I don't know who, for the birds, let's turn them off. So, okay. Birds don't like it anyway, so it's good to turn them. All right. All right, then. Nobody called in, so I think we therefore can close this case. And I don't know that we can put it on for decision at the next hearing, which is the 24th, but probably for the first week of February. Okay, because it's too tight of a submission deadline. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16, 12992 BZ, 150-55, Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Okay, we saw Lisa Orantia for a second. Who else is joining on this?
Just me.
Okay. All right, Tony.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Lisa Orantia from Ackerman LLP, representing the applicant. Number one, the question about 15-foot high corrugated fences, whether they're acceptable by code. Fences in residence districts that are used in conjunction with non-residential buildings are permitted to be erected to a maximum 15-foot high above ground in accordance with Building Code Section EC 3112.12.
3112.12.
Yeah, it's actually an exemption from the standard requirement limiting to 10 feet high.
Mhm. Okay. Do you have any information about the fence construction requirements?
I can look into it, but I believe this issue will come up as part of the question as to whether the canopy creates floor area, which will be under review by DOB. And so if necessary, we can get clarification from DOB as part of that determination request.
So it's materials and construction methods of the fence also.
Right.
Okay. Okay. But then we also wanted photographs from the outside because
Yeah, that's right.
Corrugated metal often looks terrible.
Yes, I have that
Yeah.
as number two. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
The area immediately to the north of the site is used for accessory parking to that one-story building on the adjoining property. And that parking area is accessible from 150th Place. And we can provide photos looking at the site from that perspective to show what that fence looks like from that viewpoint. And the owner is committed to maintaining the fence, keeping it free from graffiti and treating it so that it stays rust-free.
Okay. I don't know. I'm kind of like, isn't there, there are some architects who work in the subject, who work with corrugated metal as decorative material, but they do it with intentionality. This isn't intentionality. This is just convenience, and it looks pretty bad. So how do we make this not look bad? The side of the building is a solid wall, and so it doesn't look bad. It's well maintained, etc. The corrugated aluminum is.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, but I just want to remind the board that this is adjoining a commercial property and it's a parking area. It's an alleyway. It's an alleyway, so it's really not,
Well, actually, it'd be one thing if it was an alleyway that's not visible to anyone, but actually the side of the building is completely visible from the street. So what you're doing is you're making it look like a slum.
Well, we'll provide photos to the board so that we can have a more detailed discussion about the aesthetics of.
Okay, but you can provide more photos for sure because we don't have them of the other side, but I just told you that I think it looks like a slum. Right, there you go. Thank you very much for sharing that. And how do you stop it from looking like a slum? You use a more appropriate material. I mean, if you just look at the commercial building to the left of this, if you could zoom out, please look at that nice commercial building, how sort of respectful it is of its community. And then look at the corrugated metal there, especially up against a respectful sidewall of the subject property. So what you've got is respect, lack of respect. So I would say, rather than sending us more photos and this going on for months, change or cover the material of this so that we're not looking from the street at corrugated metal. If a 15-foot high fence is permitted, then make it be a 15-foot high wooden solid fence. Okay? And so we don't have to keep going on about this. A lot of this for me is how, and I think I know Commissioner Ollie Brown is in the same sort of thinking, that you have the business operation has to care about its impact on the community. And they do obviously care on the residential side. Look at how much work was done to make sure there's all those shrubs that are densely planted and everything. So I just need it to be the same level of care. Okay. And then that's a totally different subject than the floor area, which, that discussion goes on. So go ahead, Ms. Orantia.
Okay, so that leads us to comment number 3, whether the canopy creates floor area for the building. As stated in our submission, the applicant seeking a determination from DOB, and it's sought by the same architect that obtained the determination for 23204 Northern Boulevard in 2018. So they have experience this subject, and they estimate needing about 3 months to address the issue with DOB. And we will provide copies of all related documents to the board.
Okay, so if you've already submitted this, has the RD1 already been submitted?
I have to check with the architect.
Okay, we need to see all the materials that are submitted to DOB, okay?
Yes, sure.
And by the way, that should include photographs as opposed to only drawings, because we received only drawings and had no idea what the real situation was until we saw photographs. And, to the extent that there are, those columns seem to be columns that rely on footings, that's pretty damning in terms of permanence of structure. Anyway, I'm not sure that temporary structures get away with floor area. That's not my understanding. So it's only if they're listed as something that is not counting as floor area, like a storage shed. So that's my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to the question of whether it's an exterior wall or not. But that's going to be under review by DOB. And I'm sure a lot of the detail will be discussed during that review.
Mhm. Okay, well, but, and then the other aspect of it is the safety of the structure, right? So even if it's viewed by DOB as not being permanent, I mean, not being floor area, you have maybe a rickety structure. That's what I don't know, because was a permit filed for this? I doubt it. In which case you have a structure that may not meet code. And then you have people who are driving their cars either next to it or under it. So it's the general public and the workers are potentially exposed to an unsafe condition. The whole thing makes me nervous.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Number 4, the lighting. So this lighting is status quo. There hasn't been a change since the prior grant.
That's not relevant. What's relevant is, does it shine in the adjoining property, not whether it was allowed before.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there were no comments made by speakers or board members at the community board, and the owner has never received a complaint about lighting. These are low voltage LED lights. The roof lights are directed downward, and those are the ones that get turned off at the close of business. Lights affixed to the wall are security lights, and those are required by the insurance company. They're directed downward, and they're intended only to illuminate the driveway to prevent injury after business hours for anyone walking down the driveway.
Are they on all the time?
Those are on as security. So those go on at night to illuminate only the driveway
So it means they're on all the time at night?
at night.
Yes, okay, well,
Yes.
we have them on during the day.
They're not on motion detectors, so they're always on in case somebody walks through the driveway.
Why does someone walk through the driveway? What time is this place?
Workers are still on site after close of business, and so they want to keep the site secure.
Wait a second, I don't understand. What time does the place close?
The operating hours were provided in the statement, so it's Monday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Friday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So why do you need the lights to be on all night?
They're security lights required
what
by the
kind-
insurance.
I understand, but for what security? Why is anyone going back there after, say, they close at 8 p.m. They clean up, they're done. Guys go home, let's say 9:30, something like that. Why do you need the lights on all night?
That's the reason why they're up. They're up for security. I'll try and get some more information.
Yeah, let's find out, because there are lots of businesses that don't have lights on all night. I don't get it. You need to find out more.
And we're not asking you to take them off or for now, what we're asking, and I see that you're making a big deal out of like small issue. Just send somebody there, like on the front of that light, take a couple of readings. And if whoever is taking this reading is getting something on the order of 0 at the property line or right inside, you're done. But
Yeah,
if it's higher, then you need to discuss.
yeah, I appreciate the comment. I don't think it's a small issue. I know it's a concern for the board, whether the light disturbs the neighbors. And we heard your suggestions for a lumen study. Again, that would require hiring a consultant and preparing additional materials for the board at additional expense. Again, it's not a small issue, but we also heard suggestions for relocating lighting, installing shielding, getting letters from the neighbor. And these are all options that we'll consider in order to give the board that assurance that the residential neighbor is not disturbed.
Okay, my concern is less about the lights on the wall, though I don't understand why they need to be on all night, but my concern is less about those lights than it is about the ones on the roof, which as I said, the line of sight, I see potentially shines right into the neighbor. So, you know, however you measure that, go onto the neighbor's property with those lights on at 7 o'clock at night during the winter, it's very dark, and measure whether the lights are shining into the neighbor, right? And obviously you're allowed on that property. So it's possible to actually use measurement. And when you say a lighting consultant, no, you already have an architect or someone who's doing the drawings, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need to hire a separate lighting consultant. You're getting somebody with a light meter. And as we've explained, you can buy light meters on Amazon for $125. And then they just measure the lighting levels, the lumen levels. They set it to foot candles, and they measure it at distances. And we have many diagrams to show how that's done. But the main concern for me is that one house where there's 2 floors that look right at those lights. And if you were to go onto the roof, for example, you'd actually, not you personally, but someone, they would be able to see that you can see from the height of those lights, you can see the windows. So maybe what's needed is additional shielding. I don't actually understand the purpose of those lights on the roof. But anyway, maybe additional shielding on those lights on the roof that clearly prevent light from extending past that shield point. Okay.
Okay. Number 5, the retaining wall, the retaining wall section that we can do. The minimize noise sign should be.
Wait, no. Just to key it into the plans. You already
Yes.
have, right, okay, that's all. Okay.
And number 6, relocate the minimize noise sign to be at the entrance.
No, not relocate, add another one. For some reason, you thought it was needed at the back. So if it's needed at the back, then add another one in the front.
Okay, a second noise sign will be installed at the front. Number 7, there was a question about the track located outside the building. I believe this is a question about the track at the rear of the property, and it pulls cars into the car wash. It's mounted to the floor.
Okay.
It actually also extends to the front, so that that's why I was not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is mounted to the floor. Okay,
that's right.
What does that do? The car sits on there and it pulls the car in?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the last comment, number 8, a question about the trench drain. Is it free from debris and fully functioning? The answer is yes. And I'll also note that the community board commented that they appreciated how the site was kept free of water and ice conditions.
Okay.
So the drain is fully functioning and being maintained.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a general question. Can I ask a?
Yeah.
I think since we are repeatedly hearing this issue of the lighting, I want to know, and I'm actually looking through the zoning resolution as this was being discussed. In the zoning resolution, where commercial use is permitted, is there any limits on the lumen or placement of lighting fixtures on the site?
No, because the only place that the zoning resolution discusses lighting is in a manufacturing district where it's in the regulations, and I think it said the Department of Buildings shall issue regulations related to light, and it never did. And then there's also in the Times Square area.
Right, that I'm familiar with.
But other than that, I don't think the zoning resolution covers this at all. So then it maybe falls into like a DEP nuisance code.
So what would trigger a nuisance code? Is there anything in the DEP? Maybe Mr.
I don't know, but all I know is that a lot of 311 complaints get filed against signs that are shining into people's windows and things like that. We experienced that with that Bartow Avenue sign, right? When they installed that thing where you could read a book from however many, like 2,000 feet away from the sign, right? So obviously there are times when people are getting these 311 complaints and the signs are not, our real source of nuisance. That's just an example of a sign. Lighting is obviously the same issue. For me personally, I'm not, and it's not me personally, the history of the board is constant resolutions, frequent resolutions that say direct lighting away from the adjoining property, right? And and lumen spread diagrams were requested a long time ago as well, right? So, and here it's just, imagine what it's like to live next door to a source where the lights are on all the time at your house or in your yard or whatever, and how terrible that would be. So that's where I personally am coming from, though I'm not aware of which code specifically regulates that.
Okay, thanks.
There probably is something that says, if you have some sort of blasting Klieg lights or something like that, that's breaking a code, but I don't know what it would be. Okay.
I mean, I was looking at the only place where there is some reference is lighting in public plazas. And it says a minimum level of illumination of no less than 2 horizontal foot candle, lumen per foot.
But that's
all walkable and sitting area.
Yeah. That's a different thing, because those are plazas that are supposed to be open after
Right,
dark.
and then it says a minimum level of illumination of not less than 0.5 throughout all other areas. So this is again for the safety and the security. And I'm wondering if we should try to maintain something that is consistent with that, because these are also abutting residential uses. So it is trying to balance the fact that it abuts residential uses and also at the same time ensuring that there is security.
No, so actually, I don't agree that that's what that's about. This is, having worked on lots of plazas, it's because some of the plazas have no lighting at all. You cannot see your feet when you're walking.
Oh yeah, I'm quite familiar with all the plazas from 60s onwards to the present.
Right.
Yes, but there's also the security element that has to be factored, which also makes these plazas non-usable and non-desirable for public to want to use it. So that was also the other reason why some amount of lumen spreads were being considered in areas that are not necessarily where people are going to walk or hang out or something, but providing some.
The zoning resolution doesn't get into any adjacency issues, right? And when you're talking about a 0.5% lumen level on the subject property, you're probably not talking about any spread on the adjacent property. I mean, that's a very low lumen level on the subject property. So by the time you get to the adjacent, it's probably 0. So they're just working at the barest minimum. And No,
I agree. All I'm saying is that maybe we look at something that says, okay, you will be allowed to have 0.5 horizontal foot candle on your property line at the edge, which will become 0 at the residential. That's what I'm giving trying to figure out, is there a way where we can give some minimum like that would be accepted along, and trying to pick up things that are already in the zoning resolution that has factored in these elements. That's really what I'm asking in terms of a question.
So we've been asking for 0, on the property, on residential property lines already for several years, and it's achievable. So I don't know why we're now looking at this again. And I don't know, having had no conversation with the drafter of the plaza zoning regulations way back then when they came to the 0.5 conclusion. I don't want to import something into our discussion that's not necessarily relevant. And because the 0.00 is achievable, I don't know why we would change it. And I'm imagining again, I live there. I don't want to be imposed upon by this commercial use. Why should I? I live in a residential district. So, so anyway, I don't really think this is the place to continue this conversation. We can talk about this in an executive session. If there's more to be, but you know, without lighting engineers and so on in the room on it, I'm not really sure where we'd get other than where we've been. So, okay. All right, let's go to the public on this.
Okay, so the case that we are currently discussing is 12992 BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. The call-in number, should you wish to call in, is 646-558-8656. The Weber ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode is 654997. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your hand, pressing *9. If you are calling, press *6 to unmute when you have called in.
Or something. Okay, thank you, Tony. We'll cross it when we get there. Someone calls it.
Be on my tombstone. No, press 6 or press 9.
Okay, Ms. Orantia, you mentioned something like you needed 3 months for the ZRD1, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd recommend that before that time, or more than recommend, I request that before that time, you submit to us the ZRD1, submit to your project manager, the ZRD1 that is going to DOB, so that if there's any requested changes to the language, we can get that in before DOB ends up answering a question different than the one we asked. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Maybe the best way is submit a draft of the ZRD request, ZRD1 request, so that we can look at it before you submit formally.
Okay.
Daryl, so please be on the lookout and follow up with Ms. Orantia. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 17, 4208 BZ, 182 Gerard Street, Brooklyn.
Hi, we should have Boris on. I can look if his
Yes,
hand is-
he's here. His hand is up. Okay.
Okay.
What's his last name?
Abdurrahmanov.
There.
Right, I actually spelled it right once. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Sandra.
Too many R's.
How can I make it? They don't see me.
Oh, you have to accept. What do you, Kurt? What should he do?
Or join.
Yeah. Join as a panelist, choose your video.
Do you have that BSA admin email, Boris? I don't know how you came in, but if you should have
see me?
I can't.
We can hear him. We can hear him.
I can hear you. We can hear you. I'm saying if you want to see, that would be an easy way to click in, but I don't know if you can easily find that.
We just asked you to start your video. There you go.
Oh, there, okay. There we go.
Okay,
Perfect.
that's it, Delise?
These are the only people I have to speak.
Okay, raise your right hand.
Mhm.
You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record, Ms. Fuller.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic
Fullader, sorry.
PC. On behalf of the applicant, I'm here with Boris, who represents the architect, and we are going to go through each of the questions. So first, let's talk about the crawl space that you mentioned and if it's been excavated, etc. So Boris, if you'd like to explain how you got that crawl space.
Yes. First of all, good afternoon to everybody.
Hello.
So first question is crawl space, right? As original approved BSA, it was existing basement existing cellar to remain. So after we took over the project, right, and we asked by examiner to comply with Appendix G as flood zone to make that existing cellar crawl space. Is not allowed to be cellar anymore. Even on a Schedule A, we changed already, updated as a ground floor, not the cellar.
Sorry, what? The cellar is the ground floor?
Yes, because there's a level. I spoke with examiner last like 2 weeks ago. He told me to I'm not allowed even to say cellar because it's still a cellar as a crawl space, and he said I want you to mention on the Schedule A existing as a cellar but proposed as a ground floor.
Oh, okay. I sort of get
Because to comply with Appendix G and we're providing all flood vent.
I think what he means is a floor at grade as opposed to a ground floor.
So that's what he said, not to change the Schedule A from cellar to propose to ground floor level. And all previous unexcavated area, it was remained unexcavated, but he told me to put out the crawl space anyway.
What did he say to do about the crawl space?
No, the unexcavated area previously was approved, right?
Yes.
So he told me not to show that excavated, showed as a crawl space, because even if you see, he asked me to remove from those walls, like to make an opening for vent, for flood zone, for flood vent.
Yes.
To go through. So we cut on existing one, and I might be cut on all the way 3 year also.
Oh, so in other words, the instruction, I get that on the.
If you look at the section, page 13, 813, 013. So
Yeah.
you see, we show existing foundations, and then it was whatever is existing cellar, it was backfilled, but
Yes.
whatever is excavated in another section, it shows as crawl space only, because the crawl space. And maximum height was over there, not more than 4'10", 4'10".
Okay. Okay, so it's not an occupiable space. And
No,
I
no, not at all. And if you look at the B's application, document number 4, Schedule A, it says already updated, Schedule A.
Where
It's
do I
not anymore cellar.
Schedule A? Did you give us Schedule A, or I have to go on biz?
No, to be honest with you, not in the system, is in the B system, document number 4, Schedule A, it shows already ground floor, is no cellar anymore proposed.
Okay, so I'll have to go on biz. I understand. Okay, so if I understand correctly, then the examiner wanted you to retain the existing walls of the existing building, open them to allow the water to pass
Yeah,
through.
to go through, yes. So,
And then you couldn't have, and the new walls you were building, had to be dug, you had to dig out that area so that
there's a
the
little
water
bit,
could
a
run.
little bit to dig it out. Yeah, a little
I
bit,
see.
maybe 1 foot
I
to
see.
dig it.
But the crawl space that's at the front, that's a new structure, that doesn't have vents.
No, because that one is a porch, and I convinced him. I convinced him it's not even livable space above it. So why should I have it? So
I see.
I don't want any problem causing later, you know?
Yes, okay, now I get it. Thank you very much. That's very clear. Okay.
If it's not gonna be occupied, is it needed to be accessible then?
Yes, because you see, he, for any reason to clean it up or something, so that staircase was built before we took over the job, right? But we backfilled it and already concrete is like a buried stair. It's like maybe 5 steps remaining to access, to clean and to get some access to check it out or whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious also about fire department on this. So I get that you need the water to run through.
Yes, yes,
But-
yes. We've been studying about this, and I even spoke with one expert of FEMA, right, to understand more this flood zone, because a lot of project getting there. And they told me it's not good to have enclosed area with 1 or 2 openings, but not to flow, you know?
Yes.
So they recommended, and after examiner told me, I contacted the FEMA with experts about this, and I study more. So, and examiner, I agree with examiner. So we made some openings over there to water to get flow
Right. I
through the
understand.
basement. Not
We
to
need to talk about it. Otherwise, the whole house gets lifted
Oh
up
yes,
to
yes.
water.
If it will be
Yeah.
more and go up,
Yeah.
and no way to escape the water. Then
Right.
water
Interesting.
damage will be more.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Next one. Good answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope he's got a lot of other, I think he's got a lot of other good answers, but let's find out. So,
second one.
yeah, how much has been constructed? Is any of it?
Constructed, right? In the meantime, building is up to the attic floor. So that means his first, second floor is built, not finished, but it's built and stopped. So we're waiting for roof to get approved, and then we will gonna get roof up and to continue, hopefully.
Okay. So
Tomorrow.
some of the second, I'm sorry, some of the second floor is built? you said?
No, entire second floor is constructed, right?
Uh-huh.
Until, and even ceiling of the second floor partially was done and partially just closed with a blue tarp.
Mhm.
Couple layers. we put it.
With a blue tarp. Okay, that's
Yeah,
an ultimate
because we need to
FEMA.
prevent. I don't want the damage anymore.
Yes, yes. That's the ultimate FEMA look, the blue tarp.
What are you gonna do? Life is a life.
Yeah, Commissioner, go
Yeah,
ahead.
before we leave this, on the vents, can you please, I see that you did a good job here. You wrote approved flood vent, model 1540 dash whatever. Smart vent 36 by 24, bottom no more than 1 foot above grade. That's good. But can you please add number of vents to be determined by the
Amount. You mean amounts, right? How many
Yeah.
of them?
Yes, how many?
Okay.
Yes. Number of vents to be determined by, or to be approved. To be approved
By DOB,
by
right?
DOB. Yes, I want to make sure that you provide enough vents in order for the flow to get in quickly.
Okay,
You don't want this
I
house
can
to
do
switch
that. I can
into a
put
bulk.
that note on the build department plans. Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
The next question is about the floor area. You said, why is there so much more floor area in the second floor and the
Oh.
attic?
Okay, so this is tricky question. I mean, tricky comments. When we took over this job and we've been hired by new owner of this building in 2019, we before we start design, right? We took all previous approved plans and BSA approved plans and study first in zoning and calculations, and we find some miscellaneous, especially in the site plan of BSA approved plan, some miscellaneous in dimensions, and then we calculate actually shown on the floor area, first floor and second floor is a little bit less than it's supposed to be by determination of the dimension even. When we study, we found some mistakes, and then when we doing our own design, with new owner request. We find a solution to accommodate our new design of the building at looks, right? And we did, as you know, second floor setbacks with 18 inches on each part in the middle to accommodate design look. And then we calculate and we come out with the dimension of the floor areas. I mean, the floor area calculation, we have more than it's supposed to be. Then we compare with approved BSA and we found like 180 square feet less on approved BSA than we providing. So then I see we find very, interesting. If you look at the previous approved BSA A011, it says on the second floor, some lower portion of the ceiling, lower portion of the ceiling is below 8 feet. Maybe a previous applicant deduct that area because floor area as per 1210 definition, right, zoning, is floor area is counted above 8 feet, not lower. So that's what I assume they recalculate this and they deduct this. That's why basically we end up with almost the same. We're not exceeding in total of 1.0 allowable special permit with BSA of FAR. So, but we asking to increase a little bit area from total amount 6159. I mean 6160. We can say to 6239.9. So close to 1.0 FAR, not exceeding. Included attic storage area, which leads us to next comments, which one you wrote on comments number 4. If you okay with comment number 3, so we go to comment number 4, but it's up to you.
Yeah.
So
She doesn't have my
Okay.
notes, so you can say what comment number 4 is. Comment number 4 is about the height of the roof and
Yeah.
okay, so go on to
Okay.
comment number 4.
Okay, comment number 4 is, as I said, when we took over the job, we find out design, we're changing design, and we find out if we do it our design, our roof line will be above permitted even BSA. And then we lower first floor height from 11 to 10, and second floor height from 10 to 9. And attic, it was approved almost 10-foot ceiling, highest point in the attic. It was approved before we took over. And then, but I knew it's TPPN and the zoning resolution in this specific zone, and especially when I don't have a floor area, enough floor area, and we're going for special permit. And with plan examiner objection number 4 from building department. So to address that objection, we decided to lower our ceiling on the attic to comply with zoning resolution, to comply with TPPN 388. And if you look at our sections, again, A013, it shows with minimum pitch with one reach, with minimum pitch is 12 to 3.5, and maximum height from top of the floor of the attic to bottom of the structural reach is 7'11", so which is below 8 feet.
Right.
And all our calculation and breakdowns, and it shows on page number ZD002 to comply with floor area with all other openings. That's why we lowered the building height from 34 feet, which is originally approved, to 30 feet, 8 inches.
Okay, there's my question. So if you go to, thank you, again, excellent answers. This is very fun because you just answer everything. Okay, so if we go to BSA 10.03, It's your proposed east elevation. Actually, any of them will work, but the east elevation, right? And it shows your roof ridge line of 30'8". So this is the
Yes.
most recent submission, right? And
Yes.
that ridge line is like floating in space. It's not connected to anything. Can you give us the height to the ridge line that you've got on this elevation?
No, actually, if you look, it's 30 feet, 8 inches is the top of the ridge. If you look at the section, it's reflecting over there too. Section A0011, page is A0011, right? It
Right.
shows my.
Maybe, can I say,
I
can I say
understand.
maybe A009.03?
No, wait, let me finish the sentence.
Yeah,
Because I know that. That's when you were talking about something else. I saw the ridge line.
Okay.
That's 30'8", but you have two ridge lines, right? You like have the crossing. So that one is the 30'8" ridge line, but we don't know what the height of whatever those dormers are or whatever those things are.
No, I tell you why. I have only one ridge line. If you look on the roof plan, page number
right.
06, I have one ridge line, and then I have 4 hips.
Yeah, okay.
So my dormers, if you look at the section also, is not exceeding a 7 foot in height, as also objection number 4. If you look at the objection from building department number 4, and I went through this building department examiner, and he accepted that one, and I have not more than 7 foot in height dormer. Comply with also memo.
Okay, so your dormer height, where do I know, how do I know your dormer height from these drawings?
Okay, give me a second. Okay, I can show to you. If you go to section A00012.
Okay, got it.
You
Yeah.
see on the right side of the dormer, it says 6'6" from bottom of, top of the floor to bottom of the ridge of the dormer.
Okay. So that's a section the other way then. This is the section along the ridge, right?
Yes, but every dormer at the same elevation, because
Right,
it will be hard for me to build it.
Right, but so this is a section along the ridge also. So the top of the building at where you measure 7'11", right near the word attic.
Yeah.
Above that brings us to 30'8".
30'8".
Okay.
30'8",
Okay.
yes.
Got
Not
it.
more
All
than
right.
that.
Good. All right. We like that answer too. Great. Commissioner Shanda, did you want to say something?
No, I was just referring to the drawings of A009, which I think in terms of elevation, identified where the ridge was, which was behind the dormer. So
Yeah,
that's how I was deriving at where 38 and 30'8" and dormer was.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So besides the last thing is you said that the board could defer to DOB for compliance with Appendix G and the legality of the roof and make sure it's only 1.00000 FAR. So we would ask that if it's possible, we respectfully asked if we could close it and we understand those conditions.
Yes, got it. Okay. So I really, really want to thank Mr. Abdurrahmanov because that was such a good explanation of every single question.
Thank you for you. Thank you.
Everyone was like that. Can you do some training of other applicants, please? Okay, so let's go to the public.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you first for comments. You told my last name. You pronounced only one who pronounced my last name good.
I try because I also have a difficult last name that gets pronounced in all kinds of ways, but I don't have as many syllables as you. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 4208BZ, 182 Girard Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, the number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode should you require it is 654997. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. If you are calling in, please press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so we really just need that note added to the drawings, okay?
No problem. I will.
Okay. So how much time to submit that note?
I can do that tomorrow.
Okay, so if you could submit the drawing with that note added, that basically we're deferring to DOB on those subjects, then maybe we'll be able to put this on for a decision at the next hearing, but at the latest, it'll be the first one in February, okay?
Can I ask?
Yeah.
So I heard the comment number of events to be determined to be approved by DOB.
Yeah.
Do you want another note?
Yeah. So the note is about how we're deferring to DOB about, not deferring, in other words, that we're limiting the size to 1.000 FAR, deferring to DOB about Appendix G. I mean, words to that effect, Mr. Abdurrahmanov can compose a nice sentence there.
Okay.
And then what was the other thing I said? The roof heights, because we're not determining whether DOB is going to agree on that new analysis.
But
Okay.
can I say something on that?
Of course.
If you look at the objection number 1 and number 4 on the DOB objections, right? Building department, I went through with them about the heights. They okay.
Okay.
They over here. Attic is acceptable zoning floor area and provide amendment from BSA. So they're waiting for you to approve.
Okay.
If you look objection number 1 and 4, it says clearly here.
Hold on one second. Let me get there. Where am I looking?
The objection sheet.
Oh, the ZRD one. Okay. The 1015 ZRD one, right? That one? That we got on 1015?
Yes.
The latest, yes, because there was 4 objections on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what plan examiner wrote.
So wait a second. What page?
Page. I think page number. Oh, I opened this up. Page number 5. I think 5 and 6.
Okay, 5. All right. Let me just get there. Okay. So they said date resolved. You mean each perimeter wall of the building or other structure with a horizontal. That's the maximum height. That's number 3. You're saying 3 or 4?
Objection number 1, I said, and number 4.
Okay, number 1, provide amended BSA variance. Okay. Number 4 is attic is floor area. I don't.
He's looking at are you? Oh,
maybe you have a later one. I still have
And you
comments.
see
and I don't.
objection number 4. It says.
yeah, but is it the notice of objections or is it the denial from the ZRD one? Is it the ZRD 1, 2, 3, 4 objections, or is it on the DOB objection or the notice of objections sheet later? Sorry, it's hard to distinguish the words for.
Yeah. So we have a ZRD1 zoning determination that was submitted to us on October 15th and marked denied by the borough commissioner on October 15th. So we got it the same day, right?
You also have one that was 12/13/2021.
Oh, maybe that's the problem. Hold on one second. 12/13?
Page number 3 and page number 5.
I don't actually have that one.
Okay, because that was submitted in the latest submission on 12/22. And your office actually sent it to us, not DOB.
Oh, the other way around. Okay, hold on one second. I see response. I see response by the architect.
Yeah, that was to
there
that.
we go. I don't know, why do you have that and I don't have that? Commissioner Sheta. Okay, good. All right, so who's showing us this right now?
Not me.
Who's screen sharing right now?
Daryl.
Daryl. Oh, Daryl, can you please forward this? It's not in the folder. Okay, so don't turn it off yet because we're trying to figure it out. All right, so let's scroll to number 4.
No, actually, number 4 is answered, but number 5.
Number
is
5. Okay.
document number 4.
Number
Yeah.
5. Okay,
You
it says permitted obstructions. Dormers are not permitted obstructions. It's so signed off. Attic is floor area. They just want. So the examiner says 1226 square feet of attic floor area is acceptable. That matches your drawings, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then they just need to know that we're okay with that.
Yeah,
All right,
if
good.
you're okay, so they will be okay.
They're
I
okay.
have next meeting into Friday. This Friday, I will have the meeting.
Okay, then scroll back up. And so then in terms of the door, in terms of the heights, the height of the building to the peak, where is that one? Maximum
The
height?
height of the peak, height of the dormer, I mean, height of the reach, he doesn't mention, because if you look at the objection number 4, it says over there, I have to provide with comply with TPPN. So TPPN, the limitation is a height, you know, and I comply with that. That's why Dan accepted, and he said, okay, I will write down this.
Oh,
No,
okay, so in other words, we don't need any.
I don't think so, you need, but I'm not telling you.
I know. No, I mean, we go by the DOB objections. The reason that.
Yeah, because you see,
happening,
he's saying
right?
specifically, TPPN is
Okay.
exactly for height.
Yes,
And the pitch and the.
Okay, so then,
Limit to 1.0 FAR and Appendix G, right?
that's it, right, okay, so have DOB sign
I
off.
have to only that note which one the commissioner said to put it on the
Yes.
drawing about the amount of the flood and ventilation to be determined.
Where do you have an Appendix G review on this objection sheet, or don't you? What we just discussed about with the.
Appendix G is, I tell you, for Vance, objection 19.
Here we go. All right, so they reviewed the crawl space. All right, so we don't need any notes other than what Commissioner.
The flood vent is also everything. I mean, he told me to put 2 more, so I put it already, but I'm going on Friday to get approved.
Okay.
I mean, if you approve it, so then I will approve.
Okay, so because there's no DOB open objections anymore, I'm okay with not adding any more notes. The grant is 1 FAR, that's just what it is, right?
I appreciate it.
Okay, all right then, okay.
Yeah, actually, I see DOB is calling for calcs for the flood vent, so I'm good. You don't have to add the note I raised.
I appreciate it.
It's in the objections.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that
Yeah,
case.
they are. Can you zoom in a little bit?
Oh. What do you need to zoom into on the objection sheet?
Just I wanna make sure. Yeah, here, number 19. Can you like make it larger a little bit?
Because it's obstructed by the by that stamp.
No, I still can read it under flood vents. No, make it
Provide
larger.
2 flood vents at 2 different exterior walls for rear enclosed crawl space. But
No, provide calculations for amount of flood vents
non-engineered.
required. Revise sheet F001.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is appendix, so we'll do it. We have this already.
They already asked him to provide calculations for the vents.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they
Thank
are
you.
taking care of that.
Thank you.
So that means there's no change to the drawing, so there's nothing to submit.
Appreciate it.
For everybody.
Okay. Great, so that means I'm gonna try to put you on for decision at the next hearing.
Thank you.
Which is January 24th, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so no, did we already ask the public? Yes, we did. Nobody called in. So let's I'd like to make a motion to close. And again, I want to thank very much Mr. Abdurrahmanov.
Thank you very much.
Excellent work and responsiveness, and Ms. Fullader for mentoring it through. Okay, so motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Daryl, you have your hand up. Sorry.
Just for clarity, there's no submission needed, right?
No submission needed. Please make sure that ZRD1 is in our folder.
Got it.
Okay, because I didn't find it. Okay, thank you. All right.
So the motion to close,
Yeah.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd,
You're
Restate.
muted.
Um, uh,
No,
Aye.
you're not.
thank you.
Commissioner
not-
Shabeta. Sorry,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, thank you, everyone. I think
you.
it's 10 to, thank you. It's 10 to 2. I think we should take our lunch break now, no? Otherwise, because I don't know how long we'll go on this one. So let's take a 30-minute break and come back at 2:20, okay? Thank you.
2:20, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, these squirrels.
Okay, if everyone could come back, please.
Are we ready?
You know, we have a quorum. We have a quorum, yeah.
Okay. We're live, right? Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. The next item is new cases. Item number 18, 1254 ADBZ, 511 Avenue R, Brooklyn.
Don't see Mr. Goldstein in, is he? Could someone text Jay? Oh, there we go.
There he is.
It says Yakov, which.
Yakov is his real name.
Okay, but normally we know him as Jay, so that's confusing. All right.
Sorry about that. Yaakov, Tzvi, and Jay are my real name.
Oy, oy, oy.
All first names. And I never knew that Yaakov was my first name until I showed up on my first day of law school. And the professor was doing Socratic method, was calling Yaakov Goldstein, and the girl next to me hit me and said, they're calling you.
Okay, so does that mean you're changing all the application materials so we know who the applicant is?
I like
No,
to
he
throw
writes his name on it.
I mix it up to keep you guys on your toes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, appreciate that.
All right, Happy New Year, everybody. I think I'm alone on this.
You're alone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I listened to the review session this morning. I want to give a little bit of background of how we got to where we are today. Madam Chair, I know you gave the background. I'll give a few more points that'll kind of explain how I filed it and why I filed it that way, and then I'll address your points and submit in writing. This application was originally in 1980. There was a variance that allowed for a congregation and a school. The application at that time was to put a third floor on an existing two-story building. So the building as it stood, the first and second floor were existing, and then they put a third floor. In 2008, they had the need for additional space, so they went for that variance. And then unfortunately, financial issues came up. They weren't allowed to act on it. That application, since it was more than 10 years old, was in essence dead, and it was never acted on. So I spoke to Carlo about this. It was a while ago, so I don't know if he remembers, but we decided that I would file it as an SOC on the 1980 variance, which had a C of O and which was technically still in play. And that's why it was filed as an amendment to the SOC. I'm happy, and we actually did, in response to requests from counsel and the examiner, submitted a revised statement of facts to go through the findings of a variance. The request came in on the 28th of December. We responded on the 5th of January, so the board probably didn't see it, but I can,
No. We saw it, but you didn't go through the findings systematically. I think they were sort of spot. You did?
Yeah. It was done on January 5th. So in my next submission, I'll point you to I'll resubmit it and point to the points. I did all five findings. I even went through the minimum variance being the programmatic needs, as the chair's been requesting. So I can, again, I have no problem updating it in response to the additional comments that were raised today, and I will submit it again. So no problem on that end. With regard,
sorry, yeah, I mean, I often start with the new cases first, so I may have reviewed this before the last submission. I don't know.
Right,
Okay.
like I said, it was over the New Year break, so I assume that it got lost in the shuffle, which is no problem.
Yeah, I don't have submissions from January. Yeah, it's true. Okay.
Okay, no problem. With regard to the updated EAS or a tech memo, so again, we went under the assumption in 2008, the project was approved for a much larger building. With this restrictive deck that was for the seller, any ground disturbance would require us to go through DEP, but now it's going to have to go through OER. So we're not actually asking to change that restrictive deck, and we intend on going forward with that restrictive deck in order to satisfy the conditions. And that's why no new EAS or tech memo was submitted.
But wait a second, that has to do with hazmat, not to do with any other potential impacts of the third floor addition, right?
Right, or the fourth floor
I
addition.
mean, fourth floor addition.
But since the prior building or the 2008 variance was approved for a 6-story building, this is a smaller building, smaller ask, and therefore we didn't provide a tech memo or an EAS because we're not asking to change the restrictive deck, and we assumed it was approved under the.
No, but the restrictive deck is about hazmat.
I understand.
And because that variance is done, you can't rely on an EAS or whatever, or a tech memo that's related to a non-existent variance, right? So you do need to have some environmental review of the delta between the 3-story building and the proposal, even if it turns out to be nothing.
So based on what you're saying, would that restrictive deck be null and void?
No. The restrictive deck, because that was something that has to do with hazmat.
Right.
And obviously you're creating a disturbance, significant one, by doing the cellar excavation.
Right.
That's what that hazmat is about. I'm talking about the other areas of environmental concern that are normally considered in an EAS. You have to go sort of through the checklist, and to the extent that anything requires further review, then you would have to do further review. You may just go through the checklist and say, having seen that it doesn't cross the thresholds, therefore no further study is needed, right? Like that.
Okay, I can do that. It was never requested of us, I think, based on the same thought process I had, but we can definitely go through it.
Okay. I mean, it's very possible, and this is this kind of tricky thing about how seeker works. The original variance got you to 3 stories, but it wasn't subject to the seeker review at the time, right? And now you're adding what may fall below a type 2 threshold, in which case you're done, right?
Okay.
But without going through that, we don't know.
No problem. We'll address it. With regards to the statement of facts, many comments were discussed about the number of people, the room utilization, things of that nature. So we did do it. I didn't give you a room utilization chart or a growth chart, but I can put one together that analyzes apples to apples from the 1980 to current day, instead of households, people, things of that nature, and go through the findings again, adding additional materials that were discussed this morning. With regard, I'll discuss the bulk waivers. We were going with religious deference. We also discussed the building obsolescence in our discussions. I'll amplify that as well. And we'll put a trash storage room in the cellar of the building.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously the main thing is it's unusual for us, I think, to be seeing the concept of a house of worship that needs a separate room for simultaneous prayer of all of the different worshipers. So that's why we need to understand simultaneity of use, right?
No, that's fine. And in my statement, I did go through it in detail, which which the board unfortunately didn't see, or I didn't expect the board to have enough time to review it. I'll go through it again. It is a little different than the normal synagogues we see, but this is their pedagogy, how they get their congregants to be engaged, how they get their people to come to synagogue, and how they teach their younger generation. So it's an idea that I actually grew up with as well. So it's something that we'll explain in the documents and show you.
I'm looking at your statement actually as you're talking, and I see where you're addressing the fullness of your schedule in terms of simultaneous use. However, it would read better accompanied by a chart of the rooms showing like hour by hour how they're all used at the same time, because you have so many different services going on. You've got married couples, you've got college students, high school students, adults, all those different things.
No problem.
It just would look easier graphically.
You're reading it off of the January 5th document?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm happy it actually made it into the folder. I will amplify it, and I'll provide charts as well. No problem.
Yes, please. Okay. Vice Chair Sean has a question.
Yeah. So similarly, when I had reviewed the January 5th statement. My question was really how your the total number of congregate 817 is coming from, because in your analysis you had said 540 to 550 is the average. So it's again, the growth analysis is what really
I'll
I'm
give the
looking
growth
for
analysis.
to kind of help clarify that. And I did have actually, again, as I was looking through it, one question I had, and that was the society, the social hall. Is that also in simultaneous occupation while all the religious, while the sanctuaries are being used?
So it'll be used for, I think I discussed in my statement, the social hall is used for the small functions, no commercial catering, no commercial functions, but the small functions that are normally associated with the synagogue. When it's not used for that purpose, it'll actually be used for youth groups for the younger children. So it serves a dual purpose, as you do see in many of the synagogues, that they'll have, youth leaders, I don't know what we'll call them, they're people who come to have groups with the kids and teach them. They'll have playtime, they'll have, they'll study Torah portions of the week, age appropriate for the younger kids. They'll have prayers for age appropriate for the younger kids. It's something that we've discussed many times, and that's very, very common in a lot of synagogues.
Yeah, the reason I asked also the photos that you had submitted with the interior view, it shows that the social hall is laid out more like a seating arrangement in a row.
Right, that's current day.
That is,
that's
that's
day.
why I asked that question. Is it also being
Right.
used for religious, for sanctuary and other kind of things? But you're saying maybe it's all for the children, the youth community to hold.
Well, sorry, so I think current day is different than what's proposed. Current day, they're using it for spillover, especially with COVID. They wanted to lighten the burdens of the other synagogues. The proposal calls for the social hall space to be used for the social hall as well as group play for younger kids. That's why we're having additional synagogues. The additional synagogues will handle spillover and different services for different age groups.
So I just need a little more on this one. So if the concept is they have all these separate synagogues that are being used simultaneously, are you saying then the social hall will be used at the same time for the little kids?
It could be used for little kids. For my kids are 4 and 5 years old. I bring them with me to temple, and they'll have 3-4 youth directors who will go through, and while we're having services, they'll entertain them with games and with prayers and with Torah study.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that, again, very common throughout the synagogues, because it, as this board has been very sensitive to, it keeps the children off the street and allows them to come to synagogue to get a taste of religion and a taste of our, what goes on there.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And this would be in addition to the prayer rooms that are being proposed for high school and for other.
Yeah, it would be for a different age group also. It would be for kids that are, let's say, 4 or 5 years old to 9 years old. They'll be broken up into little groups and have, little sections of the room.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have any kind of mention of the little kids. We have high school, college, and married couples, and the other adults who don't fall into that group, I guess. And then we don't have a mention in the description of the old version that I read of the little kids.
I think I don't remember if it's in the old version. It's discussed by the social hall, by the social hall use in the new version, but we can amplify it, no problem.
Okay.
And I'll direct you to it. With regards to, I heard your comments with regards to the plans. We'll dimension the setbacks. We'll show the fire egress doors. I believe they're in the proper direction, so maybe a mistake on the plans, but we'll correct it. Existing proposed, we'll show compliance with egress. We'll show the materials. The only question I have is with regard to the, and we'll provide the note for the HVAC barrier. The only question I have, or the only comment I have, is something that I'll try. Madam Chair, you mentioned the setback may not be, within character, it may be a disservice. I just have to go and see how to enlarge the building at that front. If I could justify the space, I'll justify it to bring it to the front. But the reason we did it is because this was the size room they indicated they needed, and that's why there was a setback. But if I
Right.
could-
No. So this has to do with neighborhood character, right? And I don't believe you gave us a rendering or anything. So I can't, it's very hard to imagine whether this will be a bad idea, given that we're talking about a street wall neighborhood, or whether it's not visible from the street, right? So sometimes
understood.
setbacks are adequate to not be visible from the street. This is related to my comment, and I see the vice chair's hand up. This is related to my comment that the design has to be respectful of the neighborhood. This has to be an asset, not just something that, you know, the owners want to do, and therefore they get to do it and disregard the aesthetic impact. So,
Okay, understood.
so something has to be done up there on that setback area. You know, maybe it's an opportunity to put like some kind of a trellisy thing that's like a sukkah or something like that. That's a permanent design detail that could really be an asset on that roof, as opposed to more floor area. You know what I mean?
Understood. Yeah, understood.
Kind of blah thing that you add to the roof that's like mechanical. Yeah, Vice Chair, go ahead.
You're muted.
Kings Highway is a much wider avenue than Avenue R. So I was just wondering, why would you consider setting it back on Kings Highway and not on Avenue R? If you had to do it, since if you didn't need the floor area. But based on what Chair Perlmutter is saying, if you were to provide an outdoor, then I think we also need to be careful that it doesn't result in additional sound or light or anything that would affect the abutting residential units, whose windows are fronting that roof.
Right, no problem. I will speak to the architect, speak to the designer, and go from there. And then we'll update the BSA zoning sheet with regards to the Ocean Parkway District, confirm the sections. And as mentioned, there is no parking requirement because we're in R6. So I think we're fine on that. We'll note it, just make sure it's noted on the BSA zoning sheet.
See, that was the thing. It's just in the old statement of facts, it's just said we don't need parking. But I didn't know why you didn't need parking, because you don't cite to the section that says no parking requirements in an R6, right?
We usually do. I apologize if it was left out. No problem. We'll include it.
Okay.
So I believe those are the questions, many of which I hopefully have answered in my statement that I'll amplify and supplement with additional information and resubmit with a cover letter pointing to it in the statement.
But also, just to pick up where the vice chair left off, do look at, you know, the neighborhood character of the setback situation. It's possible that maybe it is more appropriate on the Avenue R side. I know that you have elevators, you have stairs, there are things that constrain where you put something.
Right.
But, you know, it really does need to be more cognizant of the impact of the project on the community. So.
No, that's fine. As mentioned, I'll speak to the designer and the architect.
And please come with the architect next time.
Okay.
You know that I hate talking to lawyers about architecture.
None of what we discussed today did I think was architectural. I don't think having him here would have had a response on that anyways. He would have had to go and
would have saved
Sorry,
some time.
sorry. Mr. Goldstein, everything we discussed had to do with the architecture. This is the part where land use lawyers practice architecture without a license. You need to bring architects to talk about the form of the building. Everything we're talking about is the form of the building, the layout of the building, the interior of the building. This is an agency that deals with architecture.
Okay.
Please bring the architect.
No
Always.
problem.
Okay. All right, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 1254 ADBZ, 511 Avenue R, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Weber ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode should you required is 654997. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. If you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. It's a little hard to say how much time you need to submit because you don't have the architect here who has to do the drawings. Isn't that funny, right? Just
4 to
saying.
5 weeks, I'm confident. So, and I don't think your hearing schedule would accommodate anything that much quicker on a project.
Probably true, but still.
Point taken.
Okay. I know that you have affinities to architects, but that doesn't make you one, right?
Engineers, they take it. They
Your
take
father's
issue
an
if you call them
engineer,
engineers.
not your.
But
They take
affinities
issue if
to
you call them
engineers and
architects.
architects makes you neither of those things.
But engineers take offense if you call them architects.
Because they're not.
I have affinity to engineers, not architects.
Exactly. I wish I could call myself an engineer, but I'm not one. I don't know enough to be one. There you go. Okay.
Shall we move on?
Shall we move on? Thank you very much. 6 weeks to submit. Daryl, you have your hand up.
Never mind, just mentioned it again.
What?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Item number 19, 36482BZ, 24524 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Yes, and we're allowing Chang-Su in. And while it's loading, I just do want to point out that Tony forwarded to me from Manny a copy of the 1969, I guess, resolution.
Oh, would I send it to everybody? I'm sorry. That's a terrible habit I have. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You may have sent it to everyone, but I
don't think so.
Anyway, it clarifies that in 1969 or whatever year that was, or 60s, this was solely a use waiver to allow PCE in a shopping center in a C12. So, so there were no bulk waivers, and it was a shop. So it was a it may have been a, well, it was probably a complying conforming use. Okay, so you want to swear in Chang-Su?
Hi. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Ms. Sue?
Can you hear?
Hello? Shoot. Have a number.
Can someone text Chang-Su and
I don't know. Vinroy, do you have the veil handy? It's his case. I don't have her number handy.
Oh, you were saying, Tony?
Do you have Miss Sue's number handy to text her? Or call it or say, call it. It's a.
because we're on now, and I admitted him to the room, but
Okay, I would search for it. It might take a little time. But I'll try to search for it.
Let me just see if I
So,
have her email. 1 second.
I think we should just go to the next one and try to get her to join.
Let me see. To BZ. See her number.
Okay, I think we
No,
should
no,
just
it's-
to the next one. This puts
All
us
right.
on the second call.
All right,
And
we'll do
please
second
reach
call.
out to try to get Ms. Sue to join on the next one. Next one is Mr. Gatti, who's patiently waiting 3 times in the waiting room. There's 3 Mr. Gattis.
Item number 20, 83785A, 166 73rd Avenue, Queens.
Not sure which is the best one to let in. We'll let in all 3.
It's an A case. I don't have to swear him in.
Okay. When you can hear us, please identify yourself, Mr. Gatti. Oh, I see Chang-Su is connecting to audio now. Okay,
Oh.
but let's go ahead with Mr. Gatti.
Mr. Gatti?
Hi,
There you go. How are you, sir?
I am doing great. Thank you. How are you?
Okay.
Good news.
All righty. Please state your name for the record and swear, speak.
My name is William Gaddy. I'm an architect, not a lawyer, which I'm sure makes you pretty happy. But on the other hand, I did not hire a lawyer to do this. So I'm so sorry that I did not know how to do the proper service, but I finally figured out how to do it with Vinroy's help. So thank you very much for your patience and understanding.
Okay, we're gonna produce clearer instructions for the next time, so you won't have to be figuring it out like that. Okay. So did you listen to our review session? I know you were in the room for a while. Did you hear the comments in the review session?
Yes, not only did I listen to it 3 times.
Yay. Okay, I don't know if you can shed light on this with respect to the building code at this point, but do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, maybe you don't have to keep coming here every 10 years.
I know exactly where you're going. I even told my client, why are you doing this? You know, we could just file an application and be done with it once. And he said that he didn't want to do that because if we did that, he would have less floor area. So
no.
Well, it's my understanding that it's a community facility, and it's limited. There's a lot of limitations. In other words, at this point, he's having his dental office in a house that's a frame building, and if he wanted a community facility, as per the code, he would have to have a totally fireproof building, and he couldn't use it in that facility. So that's the problem. We would have to literally demolish it and build a new building.
Wait, well, let's slow down.
Okay.
So this approval is from, was there one before 1985 or 1985 is the first, right? Okay, 1985, this was an appeal on the building code, only the building code, okay? At the time, the use was a permitted use in the zoning district. So the use is what's known as a non-conforming, illegal non-conforming use, okay?
Right.
So the use was established legally whenever this original use existed. This might have been a legalization, I can't remember. So the only issue at the time in 1985 had something to do with being in the fire district.
Exactly. That's correct.
Right? So the question is, those were very old codes, 1938 building code. For some reason, it was reviewed under the 1938 as opposed to the 68 modified. But so my question is simply, nothing will stop him from having, from a zoning perspective, a continuation of his use and the size of his use, because that was permitted at the time as of right under zoning. There were no limitations. The limitations came about later, forget when exactly, there's a, let me see, community facility, 1963, it was allowed as of right. And then there was a later, I forget when the zoning change was, maybe it was like a 1991 zoning change that started to limit the size of the medical offices in this district, okay? So it's an existing non-conforming use that's allowed to continue. The question is there anything about the way that either the 2008 code interprets what happens on pre-2008 code buildings that would prevent it from continuing if you were to look at the 2008 code? Because you're not building this from scratch, right?
Right. Right.
Don't look at it as building it from scratch, because there must be something about existing buildings that are pre-68 buildings under the 2008 code. And what do you have to do to make the occupancy on the first floor, because we're not talking about cellar occupancy on the first floor allowed? We have many houses that are, for instance, converted to houses of worship, and they don't have to be completely rebuilt. They definitely have to, you know, it's a house of worship, so it has a lot of population, large live loads. So they have to change the bearing capacity, change the fire exits, like that kind of thing. But that's not the case here. You just have a bunch of little offices. So,
I want to show you the existing certificate of occupancy if I can.
sure.
Okay, so this is the certificate of occupancy. And basically, what we're doing here is, since there is absolutely no change to the certificate of occupancy, the only thing that we're asking for is this one sentence. And
Yes.
we're asking for the date to be changed from this date to, basically 10 years from now. Everything else is remaining the same. So therefore, there is no need for us to apply to the building department. In fact, we did submit the case to the building department for comment 3 times, and they did not have any comment at all. So
No. So you're misunderstanding my point. So this is one of those things where in 1985, the owner of this property married the Board of Standards and Appeals to, having to hold until death do us part, actually, right? So for the next 10 years, for the future of the standing of this building, this owner will have to keep coming here every 10 years forever, unless it stops being a dentist's office and becomes a house again, right? And what we're trying to say is that's terrible. Like, why should you have to keep doing that? Maybe this use can now continue as of right with a little bit of code research. And I don't know how facile you are at the building code. Can you hear me? Because you just dropped off the, oh no, there you are. I'm sorry.
I dropped off my iPad. So
Okay. So what we often do with cases, and in fact, the case that we were about to hear right before you, and now we'll hear it after you, so maybe you should stay on and listen. What we often do is we say, wait a minute, the law has changed, the zoning has changed, the code has changed. And as far as we can tell, now this use would be permitted as of right if all you did was, I don't know, change the swing of a door, add a few sprinkler heads, something like that. And that's what we're asking you to do. Is there a way to continue this use? Don't forget, you were an existing use in 1985 when the zoning permitted it, right? So the question is, if you were to add some sprinkler heads, for example, could the use continue without the benefit of the waiver of this antique provision in the 1938 building code? Because that's the other thing that's really weird. We're being asked to waive a code that doesn't exist anymore.
Right. So let me try to explain the main issue here, and that is that this building's in the fire district.
Okay.
So because it's in the fire district, it has a certain number of requirements that would make this building economically unfeasible for this dentist who's a sole proprietor, who basically is on the verge of retiring to occupy the building. He would probably have to spend, close to maybe $200,000 to upgrade the whole structure of the building to make it a non-fireproof building.
Okay,
Wait,
so
is he
stop,
changing
stop
it to
there.
residential?
Stop there, okay?
Okay.
So the question is, if it's still in the fire district, which you need to verify, the question is, this is an existing building in the fire district. Is there a prohibition about occupying an existing building for a very low hazard use, right? We're not turning it into a warehouse, not making it a factory. It's simply being used for professional offices, which in other zoning districts, by the way, would be allowed as of right. Because if it was a slightly higher zoning district, you could have it be a dentist's office. And I don't know what the rule would be. But again, as I said, we see many houses that have been converted to other uses, and they don't have to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars unless it's an increase in occupancy count. So don't look at the building as if you're starting from scratch. You're looking to see whether the existing use can be permitted to continue without the need for the waiver of this 1938 fire code.
No, I understand. I evaluate the building. I also want to give you a little background. I'm a registered architect. I've been in practice for about 30 years. I've done literally hundreds of dental offices and medical facilities and community facilities. And that's actually my specialty.
Okay.
And so there's no question about my credibility or my knowledge or my ability.
Right.
I also want to say that your point is well taken, that, you know, there is a possibility for us to go back to the building department and say, you know, we want to get a C of O without a Board of Standards Appeals approval. However, this is definitely the path of least resistance for us. And not only is it the path of least resistance, I think by going to the building department, we're going to open up a major can of worms, which will cost my client his business. He will not be able to maintain his business because of the excessive construction costs. So that question was raised to him on many occasions, and he felt, and I agree with him, that this is the path of least resistance.
I give you that. It's definitely the path of least resistance for
Yes.
the 10 years until
Right.
you have to come again.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Any comments from board? No? Okay. So I still did have questions.
Kurt has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kurt.
I have a comment. Where did the term come from? And is that something that the board would consider removing?
It was in the resolution.
So
Right. Yeah. Why don't we just
something
remove
the board would consider removing, I guess, is my question.
I don't even understand the purpose of this thing, so I'd be happy to remove the term. But I do have a question about the ADA compliance. How does somebody who comes to this dentist and can't go up some steps get up?
Well, I asked him about that. He says he has a ramp, and he said that any of his clients that have to have access to his facilities that are in a wheelchair, he'll put a ramp for them to use, and he has, definitely it's open to anyone that's handicapped. So it's not an issue.
Okay. And how about the use of the cellar? Have you been in it?
I've been in the cellar, and I even commented that he has a piano, like a keyboard in one of his closets, and everything else is empty. And I asked him, why are you keeping the keyboard in your closet?
Mm-hmm.
And he said it's because his son plays the keyboard and he's going to mail it to him in California. So I specifically made a point to be 100% sure that there wasn't any flammable materials in the cellar. So.
Okay. It's not supposed to be used as storage, but you said
not at all.
In the closet. Okay.
That's the only thing he had there. So, and he said he's going to ship it to his son in California. So.
All right, in the cellar or ramp. Okay. Ramp to the steps. Okay. So let's go to the public, and then we'll figure out about the term and stuff like that.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 83785A, 166-18 73rd Avenue, Queens. The number, should you wish to call in, is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode should you required is 654997. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. If you're calling in on the phone, press *6 to unmute.
Okay. All right. I don't think then, does any commissioners have any other comments, questions about this? Does anybody object to our eliminating the term of this very strange approval? Okay. All right then. So what I would like to do with Kurt's approval is close this, and that in the next, when we vote, we're going to move to also eliminate the term, okay? And that way, maybe we can eliminate the pain.
Okay, that would be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right then. So for a motion, thank you, Kurt, for the suggestion, for a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so for Mr. Gatti's information, because there's no submission, this can be put on for decision. So we close, but we don't vote on it on the same day. But we can put it on for decision probably next week, which would be, or not, the week after next, which would be January 24th. And I appreciate your participation, and I never had any doubts about your skill sets.
Okay.
Just that you weren't here, you hadn't come to the BSA before and see kind of the wonky way that we work sometimes to try to get people not to have to come to the BSA anymore. But I think eliminating the term is certainly another way.
So thank you for that. And I just want to say that, you know, my desire to act as an attorney on the part of my client was just financial, because he didn't want to pay for an attorney. Otherwise, I would have had someone that does a lot of BSA work come with me. But I do appreciate this experience. And I particularly want to thank Vinroy and Tony for just doing so much great work helping me understand this whole process. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Do you want me to,
Go back.
Miss Sue, are you in the room?
Yes, I'm in the room,
Okay.
finally.
We call
Yeah.
back. So this is a recall of item number 19, 36482BZ, 24524 Horace Harding Expressway. I have to swear you in though, Miss Sue. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hi. So in the, just to, I don't know if you heard before, we were able to identify or locate the original approval from the 1960s of this application, and to verify that the only thing that was granted in the 1960s was a use variance to allow a PCE in the building in a shopping center. So there were no other waivers. And so that's why we had this conversation about, we don't necessarily think you need to be here anymore. Did you understand what we were talking about? Do you have questions about that?
Yes, I do understand, but I have one question. Right now, the basement, which is the cellar, the proposed floor area is more than 10,000 square feet. And I know that the amendment, the new zoning amendment saying that it's limited to 10,000 square feet for per establishment. So I don't know whether if I propose more than 10,000 square feet at the cellar, do I need to file for additional variance or application with the BSA to do so?
So are you an architect?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a great opportunity to advise all architects that when you read a section in the zoning resolution, always read the entire sentence. And when you see a word that has those kind of pound signs, the cross hatch signs next to it, that means it's a defined term. And if you don't know what the defined term means, there is another section, section 1210 in the zoning resolution, that defines the term. So when you look at the new language, it says health and fitness establishments, which are a defined term. So you can look up what's a health and fitness establishment, but to make it faster, I'll just say it includes gyms. And then it says open or enclosed, you're enclosed, limited to 10,000 square feet of floor area per establishment. Floor area is a defined term. And so then you need to go to section 1210 of the zoning resolution and see what do they mean by the word floor area. And if you go to section 1210 of the zoning resolution, floor area specifically excludes cellars. Unless, because I need to clarify this because sometimes you could get in trouble, unless you're talking about a residential building that's occupied for residential purposes, okay? But that's not relevant to you. So the issue is that you have 10,000, you have more than 10,000 square feet of, let's say, net area, gross area, floor space in the cellar, but none of those things are floor area. Understood?
Right, and the first floor is confirmed, the first floor is no longer the PCE.
Yes, confirmed, no longer.
So when you go to the buildings department, because I really do recommend you do this, go to the buildings department and show them the new language that has to do with health and fitness establishments that are defined in section 32-15 of the zoning resolution. That's use group 6C. And oh yeah, 6C, that's right. And and so show them that, and show them that it's limited to 10,000 square feet of floor area, which is that defined term. And then, and just in case you're finding a rare plan examiner that doesn't know that floor area does not include a cellar, go to section 1210 in the zoning resolution, down to the definition of floor area, and you'll see floor area does not include floor space in the cellar. Okay.
Okay.
And so that's the first part. And then the second part is you'll show them your first floor. That's a physical therapy office, which you're characterizing as use group 6B, I think. Just get them to agree that it's 6B, so that it doesn't, which doesn't have any limitation on floor area in the zoning district, or really in any. And so between those two, we believe the buildings department will say you can do this without any special approvals from the BSA. If you can, if you get that, then you can submit that. You don't necessarily submit that to us, but then you'll have a confirmation, and or maybe Kurt disagrees with that part of it. Go ahead, Kurt.
I was just going to point out that the definition of health and fitness establishments that looks like it's effective December 9th, 2021. For physical culture or health establishments existing on December 9th that were allowed pursuant to special permit by the Board of Standards and Appeals, such establishment may continue under the terms and conditions established at approval. But since this is a variance, you should confirm what you would need to do, if anything, because the next paragraph says, as an alternative, a physical culture or health establishment existing on December 9th may continue pursuant to the applicable provisions for health and fitness establishments. And that include, if it's defined as a, let's say, a high intensity use, such as a gymnasium, there are actually supplemental use regulations that you should look into as well. So to confirm that you're allowed to continue without further board approval.
But note, and it's important to note that this is a variance and not a special permit, so make sure they know that, okay?
And yeah, so these are the two paragraphs I was talking about. The first one talks about special permits. The second one is for existing PCEs. And then the question about whether it's a high intensity use is in this paragraph, but then establishments containing high intensity uses are subject to the supplementary use regulations. So these are the things that you're going to want to check with the Department of Buildings in addition to the first questions about the floor area.
And I just want to check because we're not, are you watching this while Kurt explains it, while Mr. Steinhaus explains it? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. So maybe take a quick screenshot so you can get to the same place.
I'll take a picture.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I did send her the CPC report just in case.
Okay.
She has that originally.
And Kurt, do you happen to know when this, I know city council voted on it whenever, the 15th or something like that,
No, it
December?
was the 9th.
No, that
I-
was city council.
I think it was the 9th, and then when I looked in the zoning application portal, it indicated that the mayoral review was until December 14th. So I need to look into the effective date because it says the 9th here, but I'll check with city planning.
Okay, because that's how, like, we're measuring the 4-month challenge period. Are we measuring it to the 9th or some other date? That's like,
Right. So I'll figure that out with city planning and the law department.
okay, great, thank you. All right. Is that understood, Ms. Sue?
Yes, yes. I'll double check with the DOB to see what they reply to this, and I will send you their reply.
Okay.
In case we need to withdraw the application.
Okay, great. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to call your project manager. So that's Vinroy.
Yeah.
And Vinroy, if you have any questions about it at all, of course, you know who to reach out to, right?
Yes, Chair, will do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hmm.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. I think, so I'm just gonna, sorry. So what do? Do we close this or leave it open? What do we do?
I mean, we could close.
I think we can leave it
Close.
open and give it a long period of time. If we get a letter back from Ms. Sue, then we can just close it then, right? Do you
No,
want
they
to do
can
that?
withdraw it if the building department says, okay, they can withdraw it.
Then, yeah,
But if in the reverse, I mean, we have to reset
open it. Yeah.
Yeah, then we'd have to open. It's true.
All right, so just leave it open and I'll put it on.
Well, we're
there.
adjourning the special permit one, so
Yeah.
maybe we
Yeah.
can give them a little time on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good idea. Thank you,
what-
Vice Chair.
So what we'll do is I'll put this on with the other PCEs, like sometime in whatever that 4-month period is, sometime in April, I guess, unless it's withdrawn before, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We don't want to do the public, right? Because it's not necessary.
No.
Okay. Okay, next item is item number 21, 11099BZ, 5658 Kosciuszko Street, Brooklyn.
Jay Goldston for the applicant.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I attended or listened to the review session. With regard to the CB approval, as Darrell mentioned, the vote from the committee is the final vote. There will be no other votes or decisions rendered. And we submitted an email from Henry Butler from the community board confirming that fact. We, as with the prior case, we did do a submission in response to council and our examiner. The request came in on the 28th. We submitted on the 5th, and it goes through a lot of the questions that the board asked today. So with our next submission, we can point to the responses or amplify the responses as necessary. We discussed the rules of procedure being waived. We submitted a sign analysis. We submitted a compliance with the terms grant. I don't believe the compliance with notes was on it, so I can update that to include it. I will submit the alt1. I'll also submit a list of outstanding items so that you can see that the board approval is the last item necessary for the C of O. I'll provide rear photos and side photos of the walls, and I can provide a lumens plan. I'll explain in my statement more about the adjacent use. The adjacent use, as mentioned, it has a C of O for mechanics, for auto repair, and I'll explain the interplay between the two uses, but it is not subject to a variance. With regard to the question of the charter bus, so the history of this site, prior to my clients purchasing it, there was a charter bus company, or there was a mechanic shop there that was working on charter buses. They received the padlock order. We bought the property, got rid of the padlock order, and we don't have charter buses. But that's the reason for the conditions in that grant, was that was the history of the site from the original variance till we bought the property.
How did charter buses fit in this teeny little thing?
That's why they got a padlock. If you're not, they weren't being neighborly, I imagine. But my client does not do charter buses, did not work with charter buses, and we've had no issues with that since we took over. With regards to the cars on the sidewalk and the dumpsters, your points are well taken. I've actually told my clients since the review session to get rid of them, and I will show and note on the plans, no cars on the sidewalk, and that the dumpsters to remain inside at all times, except for when it's brought out for collection.
Okay.
I think that was all the comments. Again, apologies that it was submitted. The responses, some of the responses were already submitted, but I'll put together a cover letter and amplify the responses.
Okay, we also need the management plan for how to keep cars.
Right, the cars inside. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, all right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 11099 BZ, 5658 Kosciuszko Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 915-0105-6318. The passcode should you require it is 654997. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. If you're calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so how much time to respond to all of that? Or fix
Shouldn't be bad. I can take your next available hearing. I don't know what the board's schedule is.
No. That wasn't my question. My question
3
was.
to 4 weeks.
Thank you.
But I'm trying to be helpful to the board's calendar. Me? I'm trying to be cognizant of your calendar.
Well, you just said a next available. That's different than 3 to 4 weeks. Just saying. All right.
I can do it faster. I can do it faster. I don't want to pressure the board.
No. Okay, 3 to 4 weeks. All right, good. Okay, I don't see anybody calling in. So I'm making a note of 3 to 4 weeks. So I thank you very much. And I think, are any other comments from the commissioners on this one? No? Okay, yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Just real quick. So tomorrow, will we put the decision at the top of the calendar or we wait until the afternoon or?
We give them as much time as they need. We can insert it whenever, unless they already submitted what needed to be submitted.
I didn't see anything.
Okay, so it may mean that they need until the end of the day or something. I don't know. I don't remember what it was they said they needed time for.
The lumen studies.
Yeah, okay, so right, lumen study. So they may not have been able to finish it yet. Anyway, you do lumen studies at night, so that means they might need time to put it all together, right? So
Okay.
I think the morning is probably too early for them.
All right, we'll see when what they submit. Okay.
Good. All
Okay,
right.
so that's it. And this concludes the public hearing for January 10th, 2022. We shall see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.